Morning, everybody. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning, everybody. Go ahead. We're like a minute early. We're going to the special session, Granite County Board of Health. Jackie Bolster's here, Chad Lannis is here, and the three commissioners and Dale here. Go ahead, Jackie.
So a part of the deliverables this quarter is we had to update the flu plan and the truck wreck protocol. On the flu plan, the only changes were there is one less RN, one more LPN in my name, and that is the only changes on the flu plan.
Okay.
And then on the truck wreck protocol, there were, the only changes on that was there was some people from Anaconda listed on here, and I have removed them and just put Granite County associates on that. So that's it.
Good job on all this. I guess we just gotta have a.
Okay, so there was a question. That's why COVID-19 was on the pandemic influenza COVID-19 plan.
I asked that
The
question.
reason is.
This plan is a base plan to initiate a public health pandemic response and must be flexible to adjust to different diseases, viruses as symptoms, severity, mode of transportation, and many other characteristics may vary depending on the interest of the disease of interest. For example, in 2009, when we saw the pandemic, the H1N1 strain, individuals at a higher risk for severe illnesses or death included children, pregnant individuals, and people with underlying respiratory chronic conditions. And then in 2020, when we saw the COVID-19 pandemic, individuals at a higher risk for people over 65, immune compromised individuals, and individuals with underlying conditions. Furthermore, it depends on the illness, method, and duration of testing, isolation, and quarantine vary as well. Once the disease is identified in pandemic response, plans will evolve quickly to align with CDC and Montana DPHHS recommendations for the specific scenario.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
So we entertain a motion to accept this, right?
Yes, you have public comment, but you haven't put it through yet.
I'll go through the motion first, accept it, and we'll ask public comment.
I'll move to accept it. Is there any data showing the relationship between like COVID and allergies? Say a person had a really, could you get it bad? And then you get COVID, like you have an allergy to smoke or weeds or something like that. So you're already pretty much compromised, and then you get COVID. I wonder what happened.
Probably something for somebody special.
It's like,
Somebody who has a degree.
if you have anything underlying and you get COVID, that's naturally gonna affect it. I mean, that's true.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, but one thing I wanted to say before you. Protocol would be that being I'm the chairman of the. Which I don't really care, but that might be what,
No, go ahead. man.
okay, so,
Sorry.
but you already entertained the motion, you already. Or you entertained the motion, you entertained the motion, you just made the motion, I seconded it. Public comment,
She's running that little straight.
Okay.
My bad.
well, it's only because.
I know.
Okay, can you hear me? Public comment, Elena?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, Elena Gagliano, I brought the question up when this was first discussed about the plan. And it's totally outdated, okay? Totally. If you want to add contact information, then add it. but none of this applies. And this thing hasn't been updated since, what is it, November 2013, part of it. And then you've got so much of the plan. In 2013, I don't even think we had COVID-19.
Elena?
Excuse me, I'm not finished, okay? And if you go to the CDC, they do not have any update like this regarding COVID or any of the variances. They do have influenza, and that's important. Why? Because like I mentioned before, things have been changed as of June of this year regarding people that have what's the word I'm looking for? Allergies for certain things that were in the flu vaccine. So that's very important. Now, one other thing is, why don't we still have scarlet fever plans or smallpox plans? Because it is outdated. And although there are some cases popping up of smallpox, it's still not a pandemic. And what is Granite County's plan, health plan, currently? Well, influenza. Not anything about COVID-19 or all the boosters. It's totally outdated. And it should, I mean, when you go to look at this thing, you're damn well confused. And that's the whole thing. It's supposed to be for the public to understand what this plan is. For the hospital, for the medical centers, for the doctors. Ivermectin has been approved. I don't see that on here. Okay, so I'm just bringing that up for the record, and I still think this is wrong. It's confusing to the public, and it's supposed to be for the public's benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Dr. Khan, do you possibly have a comment on Elena's comment?
Well, I mean, I think a couple of things. Number one, I just wanted to point out that throughout this sorry, I got on late. My phone wasn't picking up and able to let me get on, but on the pandemic plan, there are several places where it identifies the roles of the Granite County Medical Director, and that is not me. Then at the bottom, the signatures portion includes a signature. It says me and Granite County Medical Director, and the medical director, as far as I'm aware, is actually Hunter Kroos. And so if it's functions of the local health officer, it needs to specify that. And if it's functions of the Granite County Medical Director, then it needs to specify that and be accurate. And a lot of them seem to be particular to what would happen at the facility. And so if things are happening at the hospital, that should fall under the purview, I would think, of Dr. Kroos, not of myself. As far as speaking to Elena's comment, the goal is, it's impossible to have a plan, as we experienced with COVID, to have a plan for something that hasn't happened yet. And so the goal of this plan is basically to have a framework to work with, so that as things arise, we have some sort of a framework. Most of this is very generic information about what happens as diseases move through a population. And there's some specifics as to, you know, what vaccines are available and how many can we have, and kind of these general ballpark things. But as I understand it, and as I read this, this is not designed to be specific to, it says influenza and COVID, because those are our typical kind of endemic, pandemic kinds of diseases that we see. But if we were to have a smallpox pandemic, we would use this same structure and framework to work through a process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. And one comment that's brought to my attention is this plan is based from the Montana Department of Public Health Services. So any other public comment? State your name.
My name's Bob Southers. I'm just,
Come up so they can hear you, sorry, Bob.
my name's
Morning.
Bob Southers, morning. So is this, you read in the minutes, it says pandemic influenza. Is this just addressing influenza or is this COVID related as well?
Yeah,
It says pandemic influenza COVID-19 plan and any other plan, yeah.
Yeah, if I look at what was posted online, it just says, I have the picture of the article, it just says, one second, I apologize. Pandemic influenza plan 2023-2024. And if this also addresses COVID, that's a little bit, and this is off of the website. That's a little bit misleading to the public. So if this is also addressing COVID, should have said COVID, I think there'd be a lot more interest in that, because in my opinion, there really isn't an influenza pandemic. Influenza's been around for as long as I can remember. And so I just feel like if this is addressing COVID, that should have been part of the public notice as well. Because I think that's gonna spark more community interest in calling influenza a pandemic. So I'm just curious how much of this discussion covers COVID as well.
Can I speak to that? So a pandemic is not specific to COVID. A pandemic is simply an epidemiologic definition that says when a disease is widespread across a country or a big region. So we have an influenza pandemic every year. It just now carries this new connotation because we assigned it or linked it to COVID, which eventually met pandemic stage, but we have that happen every year with influenza. So this is really just, I mean, as far as I read this, it really is just broad strokes and generic plan stages for what happens as a disease moves through a community. And it's not specific to any particular disease.
So, but to that point, do your guys' minutes say pandemic, influenza, and COVID?
The minutes or the
It does.
agenda?
The agenda.
The agenda, it says influenza plan. Is that a typo where we should have had /COVID-19?
If that's what your agenda says. Please finish.
I think that's just, I think I just copied and pasted pandemic influenza plan.
Because if you read what's online that's posted to the public, it's very misleading. You're calling influenza the pandemic. If your agenda item here is also COVID, your community has not been properly informed about that.
What was sent out to the public with the agenda though was also that entire packet.
But your general post just says influenza. Correct?
Yeah, I would say whatever the agenda says, but the documents were attached.
So it says 901, it says pandemic influenza plan 2023-2024.
Oh, yeah.
I think you make a good point. One of the things though, this is not a plan for like shutdowns or anything like that. It's basically it's what if this happens? And so, and I don't think I can't speak for the Board of Health, but I don't think we want to go back to the way that things were handled before. I think things are there's different way of handling things. And
so this isn't a shutdown or masking mandate
no
discussion. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's a pandemic.
Elena?
Thank you. I kind of agree with Dr. Khan. And I can see the confusion from that person that gentleman that's in the audience, because it is confusing. I'm looking at the plan, page 4, the contents, and just looking at this. Number 4, influenza / COVID-19 phases of pandemic, influenza / COVID-19 / COVID-19. And then you've got most of the pages dealing novel virus, I mean, I don't remember when we had the flu, if there was any pandemic on the flu. We've got the shots. Go and get a shot. We have a problem. That's it. Not that there's shutdowns, there's this and I don't remember the last time previous to the scamdemic, we had a pandemic. I don't remember. And you say it's the state? Well, the state follows whatever the federal is, the CDC is. And maybe the state has an updated one. I don't know. Looking at this, who knows? I don't want what happened with the COVID-19 to ever be repeated again. And I think a hell of a lot of people learned from it. And currently, it will not be repeated again. COVID-19. No way. Not the mask aspects, even though some places are masking up, which is ridiculous. We've got smoke in Montana. Your mask or their mask, those blue things handed out, that doesn't protect you against smoke particles, and that doesn't protect you against the flu particles. Okay? And so this whole thing has to be done again, as far as I'm concerned, and not a mix, not a stew of we do this for influenza, we do this for COVID. No, the whole COVID-19 should be eradicated from this document, a plan, and that's what it is. And it should be updated entirely. Thank you.
Any more public comment? Blaine?
So I guess I agree with what she's saying about some of the things that happened with the COVID-19, but this is more just a general plan that the Board of Health has the power regarding the specifics on masking and shutdowns and so forth, and that you already have that power through statute. She's right. Hopefully things are done different next time. We've learned, but I don't think this plan is not going to force your hand on masking or anything.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Motion carried. So the Granite County Direct Protocol.
The protocol is just a guideline, again, a plan. That if there was a accident on the interstate that involved a consumable product, Chad would be getting a hold of me or vice versa. And these are just the people that are the contacts in the plan.
And if I may, this is Chad Lannis, if I may interject, yeah, so this truck rent protocol, we've had this forever.
Okay.
And we review it every year to make sure that it seems like it's up to date, and basically it guides us if there's a truck wreck on the interstate highways in the county that involve food. And if it involves food, I get called and I give the response on that. And I go out on the site and basically assess whether the food is salvageable or whether it should be thrown away or where it's going to go, you know, who's responding to the wreck. So it's a pretty standard thing. And
Is there a motion?
I'll move to accept the locally protocol.
Second it.
Any public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So that is concludes what was on our special session for the Granite County Board of Health agenda. And is there a motion for adjournment?
Move to adjourn.
Second,
We're adjourned.
thank you, everybody, thank you for all the work on it.
You know,
You know,
take your white out and go over the influenza and COVID part of that, just call it pandemic plan. That's what it is.
I'm just going by the states.
I guess next time, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it
It's
is.
just, it
Overall.
really is, it's a pandemic plan. It's a
Yeah.
general
Did they pass you your signed copy?
Response for,
Yeah,
response for how you
yeah.
respond to any kind of pandemic. Just we got mired down in semantics of what's on there, so.
Alrighty, well, being that, we will move into the Board of Minutes. Thank you, I'm sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
I'll move to accept. it.
I'll second.
Public comment on Board of Minutes. Means none. On favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, we'll go into correspondence. Check this out.
Yeah, great on that, right?
Hi, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
See if I.
Have a good one, guys.
Thanks.
Okay, there were, first one's from William Guilford. And Granite County property owner, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation for the recent painting work done up to Ghost Town. Next one from Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. This is about all the new marijuana places along up there. And Commerce is certainly worried about it. Up at, wondering if we have any laws or restrictions in place to avoid this very problem. It's Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Kalispell. Wondering if we're up, they're looking into our stuff that's trying to move in here.
We have problem things, we don't have any dispensaries for recreational use.
The next one from Michael on a notification clarification regarding Senate Bill 332, which is the one that mandates the disclosure of increased property tax in your final budget resolution. This is from Nancy Everson, Government Finance Director. Michael. And the next one is Granite County Justice Court end of period disbursement.
So Blaine, can I ask a question on this 332?
So we're gonna answer this letter then?
Just.
We can put it on the agenda because I want it on the agenda.
Yeah, let's put it on the agenda and then get a letter written. Saying we don't have any.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
at least that way to notify them.
Recreation.
Yeah,
If you copy that bill.
What, got a question on it?
Okay, that's one is from Mako implementing Senate Bill 332, disclosure of an increase in property taxes in the final budget resolution.
Yes, I did that exhibit to our resolution and sent it to Sarah, so we'll have that attachment for our resolution. Yeah,
Next one's the first letter. Acknowledge April 11th, letter transmitting, I don't know how to say that, detriments. Earthquake, that's when, I don't know how to say that first big word.
Deterministic seismic hazard analysis report.
The next one from McCray. Resource Advisory Committee.
So she's wanting to fill vacancies.
That's what I did ask. We can put it out, or Billy can put it out. See if there's.
I think she's wanting commissioners on it. It's for the Forest Service Committee. I think, isn't it?
Is it the rack or something else?
Yeah.
That would be nice to have a representative on there.
Yeah. Go for it. Lee.
Sure. Then we have, Marine maybe once. Marine was on it once. Was she? Yeah.
Deal with Evergreen, the county is, Granite County has prohibited recreational dispensaries. But there's still, medical marijuana is still open, correct? But, as far as that, you can only regulate them as allowed by statute, so I'm not sure what they're.
I don't know what they want, but maybe we should just answer saying.
We had a vote in countywide election and prohibited recreational marijuana. So.
The next one's a budget requirements for local governments on the budget certification, copy of the budget resolution, copy of the certified taxable evaluation. 10-year history and analyst statement of tax levies, submit your PDF format.
This is your annual budget requirement that has to be sent into the Montana Department of Administration within so many days after the budget has been set. When I have a question on. Yes, I don't know. On our agenda, it says 2024 budget hearings. We need to set levies today. And we don't set levies by resolution. We set the budget by resolution, but we set the levies by the end date that.
Don't they tell us a date or it has to be?
Yeah, it has to be set.
Yeah.
Levies are set and
Yeah, you can do, yeah, you can make your decision today.
because it's not on the agenda, but we need to set levies today after the budget hearings.
Yeah, yeah.
And then,
Yeah, you can do
the
that.
first reading of the resolution for the budget.
Yeah.
Okay,
The next one's Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. This is on highlighted items, reminder of responsibility, some of the stuff when we came, that we had to do. From clerk. Hey, any public comment on the correspondence?
So we can answer this other first one.
Jeremiah responded to FERC, letting them know that we're in the process of getting a task order from HDR to respond to their comments.
All right, well, we'll go into public comment.
Elena.
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. Elena Gagliano again for the record. I had my hand up when we were on the Board of Health meeting. According to the agenda, there were 2 items on there. The Granite County Truck Wreck Protocol And I don't know if that was even discussed and a decision made. If so, there would have been two motions. I only heard one motion about the pandemic influenza plan. Now it's too late because everybody's gone. So that's interesting. And then it said something about, excuse,
But there were two motions made. One was
can
for
I,
the pandemic,
can I-
one was for the
can I
trucking
finish? Can I finish?
thing, because both motions were made.
And the people were here
And
while.
people were here when they were made,
And we talked about it.
so you are absolutely incorrect in that statement.
Chad's that
I
right?
said I didn't hear, okay?
Okay, there you
I'm
go.
on remote, okay?
I'm telling you what happened, whether you heard or not. It happened.
Thank you. Thank you, I'm not finished, all right? And then, I guess I also missed when you said the next meeting. When's the next meeting, Chairman?
October 17th.
I'm sorry, I said meant the chairman of the commissioners meeting now.
Well,
We're
you were
doing the
asking for the
commissioners,
meeting.
okay?
You were asking for the next meeting for the Board of Health. Weren't you?
Yes, but I was asking the chairman of this meeting because we're at the commissioners meeting right now, okay?
Well, you were making complaints about
I'm sorry. And this is what happens, the way this is totally confused. You have a special meeting for 15 minutes, we rush that, and then we're mixed, now we're on the regular committee.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner, okay? Now, as far as correspondence, again, I had my hand up regarding correspondence, 46 pages. And you did that in how many minutes? I mean, it's 46 pages. If there was one page, I can see 1 minute. But 46 of them? And the one from, I mean, how do you, and this stuff wasn't even put up. If you look at the website, it still has agenda for August
Yeah, your time's up.
29th.
Your time's up.
Somehow you
Your
have to
time's
do,
up. Thank you
see,
for your comments.
what do you mean?
Cause I timed you. You know what I mean. Thank you.
each speaker has 3 minutes. The timer was turned on you, Elena.
I'm gonna sit here and just like
Yeah, just argue.
start with it. Wrong. Any other public comment? Elena? I set the timer. Nice.
Oh, Elena Gagliano, for the record, the timer, you're setting the timer. I get another 3 minutes. That's very interesting. Okay, that's interesting. For the record, I noticed that when some people talk, there is no timer. I also noticed that when some people interrupt some people, oh, that's okay. Nobody says, hey, hey, hey. Okay, that's for the record. And I think you can put hey, hey, hey in it also. Exactly what I'm saying for the record. It's very interesting how these meetings are conducted. And no, it was not on the agenda when you interrupted me, because if you go to the agenda, it says August 29th. And you have to see all. Go down to see all. See all used to be the previous agendas. Hit see all, and now all of a sudden you see September 5th. So apparently, again, the website, and this is for public, the public. Not that you guys understand it, but for the public. I'm part of the public, and there's other people also part of the public. But again, for the record, apparently, when you're a part of a certain public and you have a problem, you make a phone call to the right people. Don't bother being at one of your public meetings. Now I'm finished. Thank you.
Anyway. Is there any other public comment?
So we can answer this other first letter then, this,
That's just the annual letter. They send it out every year with the annual rules, responsibility. It doesn't require a response.
So one thing I might add as a public comment, and it's still, I'm sure, on the website, is the guidelines for commissioners' meetings and hearings. And number, what? One person. Number 7, it says each speaker has 3 minutes. Just so you know that when you're timed, you want to keep your statement to basically 3 minutes, is what it says on guidelines for commission meetings and hearings.
always said be respectful.
Be respectful, yeah, that's number 1, but
Number 6.
we don't deserve any respect towards us because we don't know what we're doing. And it's blatant and it's said every damn week and you get tired of it.
Alrighty, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to the bid opening of the gray steel siding at Hall Rental. We got 1 bid. I talked to them a few times this week. They were asking on some different stuff. They were kind of worried about putting it over some of the wood, but they're gonna look at it and test it, and they were there this weekend. And it's from Savick Contracting. They're out of Butler Creek, Missoula. It's the only one we got. And it was $17,520 decided.
That's like
we could-
average, isn't it? Normal.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and it's approximately 1,440 square feet. It's all in here. They said they would come in and visit with us and they could explain stuff. And maybe that's what we should put them on the agenda, have them come in,
I
or
don't know,
if
I
I just
think-
accept it.
I would trust them with their bid
That's what I thought, so.
and they're the experts.
So the statute talks about lowest reasonable bid, so if you haven't heard of them, I guess, but if you've heard of them and they're reasonable, then I think you
Yeah,
can,
I think they are. It's the only person.
And they're the only bid.
yeah.
They left September 3rd is when they went, so it was this weekend and 50% down to start and 50% at the end of completion. So I entertain a motion on accepting and get that done.
It's just in the budget.
It is in the budget.
Yeah, we talked about it.
And in the funds we're gonna use in that budget is what was the rent that was paid on the property is set aside for any kind of improvements to the property. So it actually isn't a tax dollar. It is income from the rent. Just as an explanation, but it was wondering about the expense. Are you making a motion?
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we accept the bid for the siding for the house at the Hall Road shop. For $17,520.
No second.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Talk to Becky about the check today, or they want the check
I
today.
don't know when they
Oh,
want
yeah.
to check, but we can let them know if they
Oh,
come in. We can call them, tell them, let us know before they come.
Yeah, she could do one today, no big deal.
You can anyone plight or rent?
Cause yeah, we got it coming up.
Oh, okay, fine. Another agenda item.
It's here, just a second. And then on that, yeah, she just. We'll move into the cooperative forest road use agreement with Forest Service Schedule A. They were coming in.
Yeah.
she said.
Yeah, she was coming in. I talked to her Friday.
what should I bring it up now about what? I went out and looked at that, slide area. Copper Creek, that they were talking about, and then. Dumping it in the campground,
About doing what?
dumping it in the campground. And the way I see it. For my calculations, I said 20 loads, but there's not 20 loads, it's like. Yeah, 12, I think. And it's 2 miles to the campground. And if we gave them 700 yards of crushed gravel. At $14 a yard. It's around $10,000 that we'd be giving them. If we hauled those 10, 12 loads. To the rock pit. That we have to rehabilitate anyway. Recondition anyway. It would cost us approximately $200 extra in fuel. So it's $200 extra in fuel for. I figured 20 loads, but it's not that much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bringing that up, that's a, yeah, we just went under the recommendation of Paul, I wish he was here to support this, but I don't.
So we have to haul it anyway, right?
We have to haul it anyway. So if we went 9 miles further and dumped it in the pit that we crushed our gravel out of, there's a big hole there that we gotta fill in anyway. And then,
I mean, this is stuff.
well, and instead of dumping it in the campground. Which I heard rumors, I was gonna ask them about it, I heard rumors they're gonna redo that campground and make it a paid campground. I don't know, it's just a rumor. So,
Well, you know, and that part, it isn't so much is, you know, what they do there, it was just, like I said, he was sitting there saying. That, you know, it was kind of a deal they were doing, so I don't.
I think too, there's potentially even a verbal, basically verbal agreement already, potentially the Forest Service.
Well, yeah, we said, okay,
That's
how can you renege on that? Can you say, well, we decided after research that we're not going
If
to.
they're willing to let you out of it, I've
That's
talked to
what
them
I'm
about
worried
it,
about,
too,
is
yeah.
we, you know, Chuck went and did this
Well,
study, I wish he would have, you know, last week. I'm just saying, I'm afraid we might have screwed up by telling them that it was a.
Yeah.
we-
yeah, but that wasn't, we didn't all agree to it, we didn't vote on
It wasn't, oh, it was gonna be voted on today.
You guys just said it had to be noted in the minutes that you all agreed upon it. You never took an actual vote.
No, I guess we'll just wait a few.
Yeah,
minutes till she gets here
I've
and
talked
make
to her
sure.
about it. They might-
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you went out and studied it and found out, you know, if it's that.
So where are they?
I don't know. Paul said we could call him, but he doubted if he'll be able to get it.
I mean, was the road, Forest Road Use Spring, or they supposed to be in?
it.
Yeah.
This is a slide. It's not that much there. And what caused, what, not the primary cause maybe, but whatever, but this is all burned off. These green trees that's done here, you can see burnt.
Thinking about the LETCF, that there's
So
Gotta
600,000.
you had more.
It's gonna be.
Because there was more
Yeah,
snow there.
but there, yeah.
The south slope got hot,
There's
Fire
a
department.
grant or-
so the fire was partial cause for that. In 2017.
It'd be nice if there was a grant for that now.
No, I didn't agree to that. There's no way I agreed to it.
We agree.
I just think that it was said, oh, the commission agrees. I think they'd be willing to say, hey, if you guys don't wanna do it, then
Good morning, Sam.
Morning.
Good morning, Sarah.
Morning, how are you guys?
Good.
Good. Mr. Adler had to step out a second, he'll be right back.
Oh, it's like a Monday time sky.
Right?
Still cool out there too.
Mike,
All
come
here.
sit in, you're up next.
I do apologize, I didn't make some copies, so you'll have to share.
I can go. Thanks.
That would be great, thank you. Apologize. No, it's like fall.
I know, it's only supposed to get up to 70.
Any restrictions on the fire?
The closure areas, I mean, yeah, they're still there. We're hoping that we'll have some conversations today about when we can get those off. Well,
Plans making us copies of.
yeah, I apologize for that.
So I heard a rumor that campground, Copper Creek Campground, you're making, a day campground.
It is that what was typically copper dispersed will be part of the regular campground. Almost, actually, I think all of the campgrounds will be fee campgrounds. Flint Creek's one of the last ones to not be.
You're gonna expand it then, or?
The copper dispersed, yeah, just making it more like so like the roadway, it'll be an actual kind of a loop. And then trailer pad spaces with gravel and whatnot.
We gotta wait for Blaine.
And I'm sorry.
We get all moved out here, Bruce Lake.
Yeah, there's just a few things left, I think that just because of the holiday weekends. Some folks can, move stuff like the light, and maybe a generator or something, but I know there's still some campers out there. That was the heavy equipment task force folks. There's a couple of them still here, just doing rehab. Or repair. So I know they were out there still in their trailers, but the majority of it's all gone. Dumpsters that they're waiting to pick up today. That's my fault. Thank you. Need to say, so Sarah Rouse here for the Forest Service, the Pentland Ranger District, and this is just that yearly road maintenance plan that's here to the Schedule A agreement that we have. So this is the one that we do usually every year. We didn't do one this year, so this works. And basically it just has that part A there shows what work the Forest Service would be doing on any county roads, and that part B is opposite, where the county's providing worker services for the Forest Service. And so the part A was just the disposal of the washout material on Road 80. And then part B includes the gravel and left in there that 1589 road, because that we had from last year also. And I think Paul had just a little bit more work to do, and to invoice us for that as well. That was part of that, one of those rack projects at 1589. So there's a little bit more to do out there. I think you just had a surface
maybe gravel it or something like that, but he'll invoice us for that. Then the other ones that are on there, the 3, 4, and 5 is, again, just some of those, Georgetown Lake roads that we always have on there. Every year.
Okay, I'd like to say something. I went out to Drop Creek over the weekend. And I saw where it was, and there can't be 10, 12 loads, but I figured 20 just to save 20 loads to haul. Anyway, so then it's 2 miles to the campground, but we can also haul it to the gravel pit, because we gotta reclaim the gravel pit anyway. And if we did haul it to the gravel pit, it would cost us like $200 extra in fuel. Okay, like giving you 700 cubic yard, or 700 cubic yards of crushed gravel at $14, that comes to around $10,000. So I think it'd behoove the county not to give you the 700 cubic feet of gravel and haul it to the rock pit, or you can have it if you want it. I mean, that's where I was coming from last week. I mean, if you want it and you're gonna expand that campground, that's where I was coming from last week. I guess it didn't explain it good. But you're benefiting from us dumping that gravel in the campground.
Well, the material from the washout is not something that we're using for the campground. That was just us taking care of it. And so wherever they're taking it or whatever they're doing with it, to be honest with you, that's like Paul and Josh have been working that out. Then yeah, that's just us, it's just disposing. We're not using the material from the road at all. And
Has it been moved already or is it still there?
Huh?
It's all still there?
I'm not sure, they might have started on that already.
It's all still there.
Oh,
It was weak.
Okay.
Yeah, and so then why don't we just haul to the gravel pit and dump it? And save our $10,000 worth of gravel.
Well, I guess I agree there, being that now the fact that it's not that they really want it anyway, that it's not what they want to put into the road base. I misunderstood Paul. I thought that they wanted.
No, it was just the services, and I think, because I think so original conversations that it started was that we would just remove, use our, get a job, an unloader from Job Corps, and our road crew was going to do the work and remove the whole thing, do the work.
So they were gonna clean up the area, the road crew wasn't gonna clean it up, you were gonna clean it up.
Correct. And then I'd have to ask Paul, I don't know how that.
I think this is something we better table for, because I mean, without him, because I'm all mixed up. I thought it was,
Well, what I thought,
yeah.
what I thought is that we were gonna do the cleanup and haul it to the campground. And then you guys would dispose of it, but what you're saying is you're gonna do the whole cleanup, we're not gonna do any of it.
No, so what we talked about last time was exactly what you just said. That the county road crew was going to clear it, but then the Forest Service was gonna dispose of the material. We weren't using the material from the slump for the campground.
So on the maintenance agreement that we have, whose maintenance responsibility? is
Counties.
The county.
Mhm.
Why were you gonna remove?
Cause they were talking with Paul and Paul was saying that they were having a hard time getting to it in time. So I think he started talking to folks at the district and the road crew about what the potential is, and then we realized that we don't have the Schedule A in place. So we wanted to make sure we did that. And then, again, I wasn't in conversations with Paul, so we'd have to have him here to.
That's the problem. We're kind of all out of the loop.
Right, correct.
And he's talking to some Josh guy. I don't know.
Josh Latton's our recreation.
Anyway, and then, yeah, we're all mixed up here on who was gonna do what and why, and I think of my first opinion, better just table it so we can have them in here to explain what they talked and said about it. Cause I mean, I went by what he said, and that don't sound like what was supposed to go, right?
Yeah.
I think what Paul said was what Blanche was saying, and so
Oh, what I,
See, we're all-
Yeah, I agree, it just needs to
What-
be
what I-
clear.
what I assumed, what Paul was saying is that the road crew was gonna go clean it up.
Yeah.
And dump it in the campground,
Right.
and that the Forest Service was gonna dispose of it. And for the Forest Service disposing of it in kind, we would give them 700 yards of gravel for disposing of it. And then you're saying you were thinking that they were gonna use the disposal of it to enlarge the campground, so you feel that we shouldn't give them the 700 yards, that we should just haul the gravel ourselves to the gravel pit and save money. That's what Chuck is saying, right?
Yeah, and I'm not sure, and I'm sorry if we've made it, like I know I said, yeah, it sounds like a good deal, and I don't. That's the problem.
It sounds like Paul was saying we need some help moving it, is what you're thinking.
Paul was gonna move.
Oh, it was.
Paul was gonna move it, he wanted to do it right away.
But they're gonna.
Okay. Alright. We have another week to.
Yeah, we
yeah.
can, and like,
Cause I don't know what him and Josh said and made some deal, they need to be
I
here.
won't be here next week.
Who won't? Paul?
Oh,
Oh. Well, we.
well, I think it probably would be behoove to call Paul pretty immediately, because
I
I know
just
that
tried.
they, okay,
I
cause
did.
I know that
Where
they.
is he?
He's with Brad Learman.
Oh,
They got two colors, well, anyway. And then going to the rear. I just tried.
I'll just make sure that our folks know to stand down
Let's hope.
for right now, cause I don't know, I know that they were talking, I mean, they weren't gonna move gravel that fast, but. To move stuff around, but I'll just let them know to hold off until we figure it out, and
And if Josh could get a hold of us or something today, even, then I'll keep trying Paul.
well, I know that this is what Josh was doing, was what's
Yeah.
in here, which
I think.
which what we agreed to,
that's correct.
and we did.
So if we need to
agreed
do
to
something
that.
different, that's fine, and or if, like I said, talk to Paul, if it's something that. We could probably still get our road crews around. Here right now is over on this side right now, they're working kind of in, up in Smart Creek, but. We could get some extra bodies around to do that, so if that slump is still there, was that still all there then in the road? Cause our road crew went and just opened it up, I believe, like at some point in time or
I
something.
think the county did.
Did the county do that too? Okay. I thought.
Yeah, it was thinking into it, not that long.
So on the proposed agreement, part A, number 1, and part B, number 1, if those were removed, would this be acceptable to you then? That you're gonna be
Until
gone
we
next
figure
week,
this out, we can
yeah.
Always put back in, so.
Yeah, I would just wait to sign it
Yeah.
until,
Well, he's gonna be gone next week, so
Oh,
I
no,
get his
that's what I'm
thoughts on it,
saying.
yeah.
But
okay.
But do you really think the county should give you $10,000 worth of gravel for doing that?
I don't know what, like I said, I do not know what the it sounded like they'd had lots of conversations, so it seems like it's something that you need to ask.
Well, they
Paul.
can't make the deal.
No, I'm just saying though, that it sounds like there were a lot of conversations back and forth between
Before
all
they
this.
came to us.
Correct,
Yeah.
so I feel like there's maybe some more, there might be more, Chuck, to it that I can't articulate well enough to why that seems like that's a reasonable.
And that's where the problem is.
Correct,
Yeah, cause we got left.
Yeah.
out. And then like last week, we didn't hear all this other, and now we hear more, so I think, would you be in favor of signing this, leaving part A and part B, one and one out for now? And then if something comes down, we can amend it to do it if it was something that we figured out better. That something, Blaine?
Yeah, I mean, you could note his objection, and then if he's gone next week, it'd take, if you're gonna vote for it, you need 2 votes to approve it.
So I can say right now, give my proxies and
That, yeah,
just
yeah,
thoughts.
yeah.
I vote no.
Not on the record. This way at least they can, we can still get this rest of
But-
this signed.
But it's only part A1 and part B1 that you disagree with.
Mhm.
Okay.
Is that right?
Mhm.
And then we'll just wait to hear from Josh and Paul. I'll keep trying. That's why I walked outside to kind of get hold of
sure,
He's with the Beach Wildlife and Parks
Okay.
today, so.
yeah, like you said, it could just be that I'm not articulating it well enough, cause I don't know the ins and outs of what all.
Well, that's a problem when we don't have them both of them
Mhm.
here, cause we need, none of us, I don't wanna speak for him, but I misunderstood.
Yeah, and who gave who proposed, well, hey, you do that for us, we'll do this for you, we'll give you 700 yards.
That's what Chuck
That,
was.
yeah, who proposed that? What, did it come from us via Paul, who didn't inform us? And he's not feeling good about it. And so we have this kind of
Yep, no, understood.
misinformation.
Yep,
This is why this is.
I just wanna make sure we do it the right way.
Yeah.
It's, we good on that then, on,
And I think they were just talking, no one, yeah, they couldn't agree on your behalf.
Right, no,
He
no,
knows
he was, that's why
But-
we're here, right?
he has to get the approval from
But
us.
again, I just, like you said,
Yeah.
sometimes having that
Yeah.
back conversation,
I
that
guess
context
it's
helps
good.
understand where.
Serious, no. But, so we'll, take them two out and then we can sign this, if that's cool.
If you want, or like I said, I'm okay with waiting till next week, cause we've waited this long,
Let's
and
just do that.
then it's
Okay.
just all clean and. Cause we have to send it out to our forest supervisor to sign anyway, so it'd be easier to just do it once.
We'll make sure and get a thing out to Paul right away, text him or email him right away, tell him do not touch that till we figure out
Okay.
what's going on, is that cool?
Yep, that's fine, I'll let my folks
Good
know
job.
as
What?
well,
Yeah,
Okay.
okay?
Alright,
Well,
thank
just
you.
for information, FWP is complaining about the work that I had done out at the weir when the flood was.
Okay,
was flooding the campground. And
So for
just so you
Paul,
know.
That's
Okay.
where he is today with there and then with the. Public comment, go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. Two things. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name of the person who was speaking. Before the agenda item started, I caught Sarah, but I didn't get her last name and if she was from Forest Service. And the other thing, as far as the Schedule A, I didn't notice that as one of the documents to be discussed today. Did I miss that? Because it's hard to follow without it.
that document was just brought in today. So we'll get it on the
Oh.
agenda, or on the
It
website.
is on there.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
so we'll get the agreement on the website for next week.
okay. And just for the record, I just want to say that it's better that you put it on the agenda and don't sign part and sign another part, because that's how confusion comes up. And I can see during the conversation that there was a lot of confusion about who agreed to what, when, and how. Thank you.
And also, Elena, yeah, this is Sarah Rouse, ROUSE, representing the Forest Service, the Fittler District Ranger.
And you already stated your name and stuff, for it, so. you're
she
good.
missed it, so she was just getting clarification.
All right, well, we'll move on and thanks, Sarah. and-
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
9:30 next week, Sarah?
Yeah, I think that should work.
Perfect.
All righty, we'll go into weekly report with Road and Bridge Superintendent Paul Hall. As we were speaking, he won't be here, he is with the Fish, Wildlife and Parks on there's some problems on two culverts and then on, another piece up at the rear. So he's supposed to be checking in as soon as he gets done with that, I'm pretty sure. One of it was down in the lower Copper Creek, down by that state chunk by Willow Creek. Down by Hall, not Copper Creek in there, and the other was the weir, so on the update on that, I don't know nothing until he talks to Brad Weir, that's who he's with, so. The other weekly report, I know one thing I'm getting, a lot of people are calling, they're really wanting the blades to hit down like Henderson, Bignell Lane, or Lane, Bignell Road, Henderson Creek, Bignell. Bear Gulch is terrible. We haven't hit it yet. And we gotta get there. It's these people, you know, I mean, they're saying, well, you're going up and take on doing a special piece up to here and that, and you're not hitting ours. And I mean, everybody's starting to get really pissed off. I get all weekend, I got calls. So, I've written Paul could be here, but Brad said they had to meet today because they gotta get these permits, because. So I think we really need to get him moved, get to the lower valley. Okay, and on the solid waste weekly report, we got some talking about that later today. Yeah, that's at 11:30. So do you guys have any comments?
Yeah, on the fall work, so if we're gonna do that, that's gonna put off all gravel. We needed people down there getting all like blading done. And we gotta get
Well,
some of the roads rebladed before winter,
Mhm.
you know, because.
I'm just saying, you know, we all agreed on putting gravel, so some of them, there ain't no sense of going, trying to blade them without throwing some gravel on them. Maybe do a mile here and a mile there, something we gotta get some of that fat stuff down. I mean, they're up here and it's just with the weather and that, holy shit, we're so far at this.
No, I don't,
You know, and I mean, I just wanted to state that,
so is he gonna start hauling gravel then up here and down there?
well, I think you better concentrate on one spot first. Let's try to finish there, because they're gonna have to pull people to help and,
Finish on the north end,
yeah, or at least,
finish blading and some gravel there.
yeah, and then.
Cause it'll take all the equipment to go down there and do that.
It's gonna take quite a bit, 'cause there's a lot to do down there. I guess, we can get a hold of them, we need to sit down. It just has to get there, you know, I mean,
Well, what's the problem? It's not, can't use the excuse for shorthanded.
no. We gotta make sure we figure out where he's going and what he's gonna do.
You know, I don't see how,
I mean, I
This
know
will be
this
hard to
here
do.
will get snow up here before, so that's what he said last week. Does he want us, or do we want him to stay up here and try to get this done? I mean, the people down there, they're having.
Okay, so what you're telling me is with the 4 graders that we have. And we're only, I mean, this is what you tell me, we're only using 2 because water trucks have to follow behind them. And you wanna throw the 2 on one road. With 1 water truck.
Yeah, and then the trucks will be hauling gravel on it. So do we want to finish up here and move down? That's why I wish he could have been here today.
Well, that's what we need to know, let's line it out, we don't know what he's doing, where he's going. We just get, okay.
Well,
and what I'm saying is before winter, before freeze up, there's a lot like Middle Fork Road, it's gotta be rebladed. You know, or you got the ruts and washboards and it'll just.
well, I think he planned on like running through and leaving Johnny out here and going on that. Now that we're getting some moisture, he can actually go work, you know, one can stay up here and, but I mean, they gotta be working on both ends now. or,
Yeah,
you know.
well, that's what I'm saying, why can't they?
So,
They should be.
I mean, you don't put 2 graders on one road, right?
Unless
Or do you?
we're bringing a bunch of gravel in on one road, otherwise they're just sitting there waiting, so you might as well just be, if you're gonna have some of these trucks hauling gravel, you better just, let's be.
so which road on the north end?
There's a Henderson Creek's bad, Big Mill roads out there's really bad, Mason Road, Michael Nelson Road. It's just goes up there by towards Willow Creek and you come, it's a cross road there, we always hit it and we haven't, and then Garnett Roads. It's so much damn traffic on it, it's all large, big holes, and they patched the stuff that we've laid, they did go past and it's good, but it's from there, from 2 mile up. At least at the split of road where they come back, they need to go another mile with some gravel. That's, I haven't looked at it now, but I just, we gotta have him here and make a plan and go where we're gonna go.
Well, because we threw in the budget to get the gravel that was
Exactly.
needed.
Yeah, and that's what he was waiting
Okay.
on, now he has time, but I think he can leave Johnny and somebody out here and couple down there, whatever, I mean, we're just gonna have to break him up. We gotta get caught up, we all know that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, I don't get it, 4 graders and 2 sick, because you don't have the manpower.
Well, I think we do now, I mean, I think they're
Well,
going.
yeah, you can't, there's no excuse now, everybody's back with an extra one there
So
still.
it should be good now.
So you're
Okay.
talking up here, just Johnny going back and getting the Middle Fork and whatever.
The stuff that don't need gravel on it, just the stuff that needs to be
And-
bladed, I
and
think
the
he
last
can.
mile of East Fork. Right there. Just a mile.
Just a mile, only, yes. Anyway, that's a plan. I guess he'll be here next week, but we just gotta get him running more and trying to get caught up. It's September.
I'm sorry.
Don't get me. So,
It is in your district.
on solid waste, any comments on solid waste? I think we have some other public comment here for the road. Oh, that's at 10 o'clock. Oh, we're past. We'll jump right into that. Are we done with the other
Yeah.
stuff? And then Paul's on the agenda for Paul next. We just need to know exactly where he's going and what's the plan. I couldn't answer these people. They call and said, well, they're coming. I said, bullshit. You've been saying that for months. So.
Well,
It's
this
time.
is the thing, there's too many excuses and we
Yeah.
don't have any excuses.
Well, we're not gonna get every road gravelled on north end
Absolutely
either.
No,
So we gotta have the graders running to get the ruts and everything done before winter.
I think he needs to look at the worst.
And then get some more gravel on the worst spot.
Yeah, and then see if he can still run another blade on the roads that we maintain anyway.
So, yeah, okay, in a nutshell, my famous expression, in a nutshell, the roads still need bladed. I mean, we're still
Still be on it.
be way behind on blading the roads. Now we have to hurry up.
We're
Before
not,
winter
yeah,
sets
we're
in.
not gonna get all this gravel down, but if they can get a little bit where the worst is.
Yeah,
And then try to do that and still be blading to maintain roads that we
Yeah.
need to be before with the school buses and shit.
Yeah.
Stuff going. We all good on that? All right, well, we'll jump into the next Lake Road speed mitigation efforts, discussion decision. I talked to Scott this morning and boy, he's definitely against them. The sheriff, and he said if you had a problem, you can go talk to him.
I will.
Okay.
I
I'm not
thought he
gonna,
was gonna be here. That's what we said at the last.
I know, and
meeting.
he's something.
Okay.
He's a sheriff and something come up and he said he can come over there. He had a whole bunch of stuff going on this Labor Day weekend.
Okay.
But he said, come talk to him. He'll explain to you the reason.
All I'm asking to do was 15 mile an hour.
Yeah, he don't, it's again, he just says that 25. He said he was up there and he wrote 3 tickets. He said he's up there more than you guys think. He's up there quite a bit. But I don't wanna speak for him. I mean, I think that he just said, send you over there. And I'm not trying to pass the buck. Go talk to him and then come back or whatever.
Okay, I will go talk.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Cause I'm like I said, I'm not gonna speak for Scott. I talked to him this morning about it.
Yeah, you know, I understand that he said that
you need to state your name.
Oh, sorry.
Blaine Messer. Yeah, you jumped in, it was my.
No, I don't.
They were Blaine Messer, 260 Lake Shore Road. And anyway. He was saying that he can't enforce it unless it's 25, but we don't know. That it's been a study done, you went back several years. And I know for a fact that it's been marked 15 since 1992. And they've written tickets in there, and as far as writing tickets in there, I'm not worried about that. I mean. When it's 15, people are going 20, 25. When it's 25, they're going through their 35, 40. You know, and everybody stretches that a little bit. Every time they, you know, when you see a speed limit on the highway, it's 80, we do 80, 180, you know. So I'm just asking if we can put it back to 15, which is gonna give them their 20 or 25. But the way they're flying through there right now, it's really bad. It's really bad. And if they do a study and it comes out that it's gotta be 25 or whatever, I'll accept that.
Well, no,
But what we can't accept is somebody getting hurt.
I mean, putting it back, they're still gonna go fast. I mean, that road there, you can.
But if it's 15, if it's marked 15, they're not gonna go through there at 40 usually. There's a couple guys that are just, but I mean, and you know, I don't know what we can do about them, but I mean. The majority of the people, they see 15, they're gonna stretch it a little bit. They see 25, they're gonna stretch it a little more. That's 10 miles an hour more, and that's a bunch.
I was just say, I did a thorough search of the minutes and found some resolutions for where it went down to 15, and that was allowable at that time. I just haven't seen any for Lake Shore to go to 15. If there's a speed study done, the commission can do that, but it's the cost is on the commission. Jeremiah Days from Great West gave me some names of folks. Something we could look at.
Why wouldn't the Forest Service pay for the speed?
We could that and yeah, I could ask them. Yeah.
It's a Forest Service road. That
Yeah.
they're having this,
Man, we don't even know who put the signs up, right?
They've been written since 92.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't know if we did it or Service
That was,
did it.
yeah, done on enforcers.
Well,
so the
I
Forest
just-
Service would put those signs up? In
That's what I
92?
heard. That's what I heard.
Maybe they
Prior
could
to
have.
92, I've been around since 92. I mean, it's been.
Maybe they did
eight,
study
seven.
out.
Oh, man, aren't you? Oh, the zoo.
they've been. I thought they were asked too, and then they didn't have any record of it. So
Yeah,
we're just kind of going in circles on that one.
I mean, we can sit here and go over and over that, but I think the best bet is go over talk to Scott.
What, could it be done, cause it was done so long in the past, it was 15, that it was just, grandfathered in, something or something. The 15.
There's no real grandfather in unless the county established it that.
Get the Forest Service to write a letter saying that, yeah, they want it 15.
So what'd you say, we did approach the Forest Service and ask their opinion on it, or did?
the Forest Service came in last year when you guys talked about speed bumps. I remember talking with them about that when they came in, because they were against the implementation of speed bumps on the road. And I remember it was all discussed. I don't remember the details of the conversation though.
I can ask Cameron Razor again, but I'm pretty sure he said he had no evidence that they said it at 15.
Well, we pretty much beat this to death last year and got the speed bumps. Which didn't turn out as planned.
I don't think the signs are either. I think people have got their mindset, they're gonna go through there, whatever they want. Obviously, been doing it, don't matter if it's 15, 25.
Forest Service has like 15 and campgrounds, stuff like that. So I mean, it could be like the same thing, they had the authority to do it. And it should stand,
It's just confusion there. I hear what you're saying. And
Can we get them put back up until the speed study's done?
Scott wasn't for him, so I mean,
it's unenforceable, whether you put them up, that'd be, yeah. Your guys' decision on that.
So what he's
Doc's here
requesting is a
enforcing them.
speed study. And what you say is, would the Forest Service be also responsible to initiate the speed study, or would Granite County be? Request a speed study,
they're gonna.
I think the Forest Service, but they won't do it.
but they won't do it.
It's Forest Service property through there.
Can
No,
I always
they're not
ask them.
gonna do a speed study. They're not gonna pay for speed study.
But my point is, if they had authority, like in campgrounds, to have 15-mile-an-hour speed limits, they probably did the same thing there. Considering it's kind of like a campground down, down there, and they probably had the authority to do it on their roads. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So why couldn't we just kind of grandfather that in and make it 15?
It's still gonna be unenforceable unless they can show that they established.
Well, like
it,
he's
yeah.
saying,
Yeah,
it's better than having 25 and they're doing
Yeah.
40. If we have 15 and they're doing
They'll get
25.
I don't disagree with you there. I mean, it's at least trying to keep them at
If
bay.
they're enforcing it, then Scott can't be there all the time. I totally understand that. And when he is there, it's an hour out of 24. Okay, so he's enforcing it for just a short time that he's there. I'm worried about the 90-some% when he's not there. That mentally people are thinking he's 15 out, you're not gonna do 40 because it's gonna be a really big fine. But
I'd say talk to Scott and see if we can talk him into it, and I'd go with the 15 back up.
What about we said to the road to get the speed sign things? Aren't we gonna do that?
You were going to, you mentioned that
Yeah.
a couple meetings ago. I also checked in, they got inverted speed bumps. They don't have to be put in and taken out. They go down like 6 inches. You can plow right over the top.
It's like a half pipe or something like that, or,
But it's not,
reverse
it-
bump.
it's not a bump, it's a
yeah,
divot.
Yeah,
but is there some type, there's,
kind of like,
Yeah,
They-
right.
they-
Half
they-
culvert or something.
They can, yeah, there's a, like a half, pipe, but you know, it's a measurable something, they cut it out, they set it down. And it's there, and it's permanent, it never comes out of there. You know, it fills with gravel and dirt every now and then, it has to be swept out or blowed out or whatever. But you don't have to worry about the plows, it's a one-time deal, it's over with.
Well, have Paul looked into the movable signs?
he called the man and was trying to get prices on, them, is what he said last week. So,
Here's a question for you. So if it was 15 miles an hour and they were doing 45, could they get a ticket for that?
yeah, I mean, it's, the speed limit there's, he's put up 25 mph signs, so yeah. Yep, they'd get,
So
They'd get
you'd still
cited.
be catching the real speeders,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah, I think, getting it's gonna be a while on the speed trailers, I mean, that's getting those ordered, but considering that inverted speed bump for, next spring, the plows can go over.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
No maintenance one, other than cleaning them out every now and then.
So are they easy to like put in? You dig a hole?
Yeah, on Forest Service Road.
Yeah,
So
on
I'd rather
Forest Service
put
Road.
15 mile an hour speed limit up there.
start digging up,
There hasn't been a-
you gotta go get a, road use thing from the forest and start digging on that road.
You want me to price out what a speed study would be, or?
I don't see, I mean,
Yeah, you
Well,
can check
there's
it
so
out.
much red tape for that speed study. Remember what we did up here and had
Well,
all
this,
these meetings and.
well, this would be the county contracting and with directly with an engineer versus Montana Department of Transportation might be involved.
I think I'm with Chuck, you'd be better off to put them back to 15 and go spend $20,000 to $30,000 study, and then what do we get out of it? I mean, I'd waste a bunch of money that, not waste, but I mean, it would be better to put up the signs. You wanna pay for the speed study, go ahead.
If there hasn't been the speed study done, how are 25s enforceable?
Back in the, back into that, in that time period. The 15 was allowable by that statute, they changed the statute, where if you go now, you go below. Go below 25 there, then it's a speed study.
Oh, yeah.
So the statute has changed over
So if
time on what you can do without a speed. study.
in the statute, it says if you go below the 25, there you have to have a speed.
Yeah,
study.
correct.
So there you go. There your.
Does that include Forest Service Road?
But you guys, the ones you guys control, you can put.
We
them on
maintain
there.
that
But
road.
the issue of who pays for it is another thing, but yeah, you guys can put them on.
I think
Control.
we're still back there, he needs to start wanting to talk to it, so I mean.
It's probably or not, or might
It
be.
was, somebody, I was there at 8 o'clock, but was still, there was something, he got a call and he had to.
Talk to him and come back over. I'll talk with,
Thank you.
Okay, question. So it's set in stone. That it's 25. We know that. It's 25. Is that correct?
No.
well, That's
why
the,
would we
that's
put it
the,
back up to
that's the
25?
best evidence because, yeah, there I found some resolutions where in certain areas that it was 25, you guys have agreed to that here in the last 2 months to confirm that, so definitely 25 is good in my opinion. Whether go down to 15, we need to either find the historical evidence for it or the speed study that says it's
Okay, so you need to
justifiable.
find documentation that it was actually 15
Yeah, but
and we don't have it.
the issue is someone cited And then they come and say, okay, where did you guys set this at 15?
Put it at 15 and only cite them if they're doing 30, 35, 40.
And
You know.
and that's Blaine Messer's point as well, and I don't have a huge issue with that. I think that could potentially solve, but the sheriff's not agreeing with that.
Yeah. I mean,
But we make a decision.
Correct.
Yeah,
So does that just require a motion?
no, cause you need to go talk to the
Yeah,
sheriff.
I'd rather talk to Scott.
But no,
Don't try to pull it.
Yeah.
no, I'm not trying to pull nothing, but.
Yeah, you
if
are.
he-
So you need to go talk to the sheriff. I told him you'd come over. Go
Okay,
talk to
So
him.
if he
and come
agrees
back.
with 15, then it is just a motion.
We'll see.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm not trying to pull anything. I just-
You are. Just go talk to the sheriff.
Okay.
I'm Vladimir Babish, same thing, we're on the other side of the lake, but we're not on Forest Service, so we just wanna make sure we don't get lost in the discussions on Forest Service Road. You guys talked about the trailer. And I think our biggest concern is kind of like where the docks are there, where that traffic is. So they had I like Blaine's ideas, the inverted speed bumps, that could be a possibility, but somebody said possibility, what about crosswalk there with flashing lights? That might be kind of like a trailer, you don't have to move the darn thing. Might slow them down. You wouldn't be moving a trailer.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if it's the same thing, you know, you have to do a study, put a darn crosswalk in, but it might be a whole lot easier. You know, moving a trailer through that area, you slow them down, because that, you know, the docks are right on the road.
The worst thing about it is getting publicized so much up there. It's gonna be getting worse and worse. People won't slow down. We had a guy sitting in here and the FedEx or UPS passing him alongside the road and he went to his place. He sat back and said,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. It don't matter.
Well, I think it's a deterrent, you know, Scott, because I think that's when you guys had that trailer over there, right at your county line, the first part of May there. You would see people slow down, but I thought, you know, if you had that flashing light there, that might be you know, you're not moving a trailer, your initial cost of putting the thing in.
Just a sign up and then a
Sign
a
up,
little
you know,
solar
a
panel
couple
on
of
it.
different places and paint the darn.
The guy'd have to look in and see if he can do that, so
It's just a thought,
Yeah,
man,
you could
just,
I'd
do-
rather do that, and you start digging in these roads, there's always maintenance on that, you start putting them in. And then you come down and you hit, and them blades are on float, I don't wanna get a big argument with him or you. or-
well, no, I mean, we got, we're supporting each other on both sides, but I just kind of, you know, like I said,
I'd be more willing to put up a blinking light and try to slow them down and start cutting
Yeah.
the road.
the crosswalk's a good, potentially a good idea.
I thought it was a
Yeah.
pretty good idea, somebody brought that up to me
Yeah.
on the way over here today, I was thinking, you know, there might be a couple places you put them, maybe over by
I'd way
Blaine's
rather
place.
do that, I would.
And then you guys are done. It might be a heck of a lot cheaper than buying two trailers, you know, you might buy one trailer and put a couple crosswalks in,
I think the trailers are up close to 30.
they were thinking $30,000 last meeting, so.
so the crosswalk has the flashing light.
Well, what you would do.
You know, and you can put them on them, where somebody's coming up and then they start blinking.
Well, they could blink it, or even, I know, I hate to say it, I get caught on this one out here where it's 25, right? So it could be a similar type thing, or even as ideal that registers that instead of a trailer, a couple places, you know, cause it is if you do see it, you're gonna slow down. That
Well, that's a way better idea than even them speed bumps.
Are those solar?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are,
Yes.
Joe.
I'd rather, way rather.
It might be something worth looking into, anyway, it's just a
Yeah.
different thought.
Maybe I'll put that on your agenda coming up here, crosswalks.
Next week, that'd be a way better idea than just starting digging these roads and needing them speed bumps. I mean, everybody's got their professionals at it now, and it's just like, I'd way rather have a blink, cause it catches your eye first.
So is that an official crosswalk kind of, or would we have
Well,
to
have to-
dedicate
you'd have to
a
make-
crosswalk?
It'd be just like the speed signs that Chuck was
Yeah.
talking about, if you had it like, I don't know what the distance is, you put them before the crosswalk, but. Somebody knows there's a crosswalk coming up, maybe it's a quarter mile, an eighth of a mile, and do it on both sides, and then you have the thing painted, and then. Obviously, if they you know, enforce the crosswalk a couple of times if there are people speeding through, because you're still gonna. You put your crosswalk and then you could hang your 25-mile-an-hour sign over where we're at on the same sign.
That'd be the way, that's one of the best ideas that's came through.
Yeah, I agree. You're thinking of one there that would
Well, kind of.
Lake Shore and then one at,
Well, that, you talked to Blaine, and I
Yeah.
was why that one, that kind of right where you had the speed bumps on both sides of them, right where you come up, you know, down that curve where you turn into
Yeah.
Badger Bay there. And then probably right where you go up that hill there, if you had them on both sides of there, or even had the crosswalk by where Mester's place is, did he leave?
he's gonna come back.
I'll talk to him later, we talk every day, so.
But you talk about a second location though, or?
Well, see, I'm over on Georgetown Lake Road, I'm over by where
Yeah.
the docks are right on the road. Our dock,
Yeah.
their docks are right on the road, and my dock's a couple down, but it's kind of like where Stokey's place is or Edwards Track, someplace in
Yeah.
there. And then kind of past where the
Some kind of central there.
dog bounce
Yeah.
is where the guys, you know, park their cars, if you just can't. I think it's just a deterrent, somebody.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a good idea too, because you'd be on that side and they need to cross the road, so they need a crosswalk.
I'm
Yeah,
for
rather-
crosswalks on,
Yeah.
not Lake Shore. Because it's a long stretch to, I mean, who's gonna walk down and cross on the crosswalk?
Well, I think it's more of a just.
They're more centralized on where he's at.
Yeah.
On his road, but not the lake
But-
shore, but.
Yeah, they were saying there's a bunch of, what is it, Forest Service rentals right there that they're talking about on Lake Shore, yeah,
Not on our place.
yeah.
But
But
where
Lake Shore,
Blaine is,
yeah.
yes, the ours are all private.
I think we need to put that on the agenda. I'd way rather start doing that kind of stuff than them speed bumps and start digging in the road. It's, you know.
It's a-
Well, I think
Good
we
idea.
just hurry up digging the road so I can run my conduit underneath it while you're doing it. Okay.
Okay.
Well, you can get ask for encroachment permit. Yeah.
It was just another idea.
I like that
I kind
idea.
of like the idea when I heard about it.
No, let's
Yeah.
put it on and
Yeah.
make sure Paul gets a note on this and they
Yep.
can look up, see what, cause they're a lot cheaper than sign, blinking sign than they are the trailers.
Well, it might be a crosswalk, you know, like some of the crosswalk signs, they have that little speed monitor there too.
Look into that, huh? Are you guys good with that?
Having the agenda next week,
Yeah.
all right, yeah, thanks.
We'll
Yeah.
have to support it next
All
week
right.
or whatever. I can get you, if you want me to get a distance, you know, from probably where it is, I don't know.
Maybe get a hold of Paul and then you could kind of show them where you're thinking.
Just
Is
have a
that
call
all
me.
right?
I live up there, so you can just give me a call.
Okay, you got his name and number, Bill?
Well, you got my number.
I don't know.
I think you do, but anyhow, it's 406. And I can send you a text 691-1183.
Okay, well, I'll make sure Paul gets.
Yeah,
that.
just have a call me.
He can get it in there, you kind of look and see what we
He
think.
might have a better idea where to put it too. Well, thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Alrighty.
So can I give Flash my proxy to vote? I'd vote for that on Georgetown Lake Road, not.
Okay.
Earlier you gave Scott your proxy on the Forester, but that could be yours. Yeah, no, that's fine, yeah, that's fine, they accept it.
Because you think he'll disagree with what? Or
I don't know.
But yes,
He
on,
says yes, I say.
yes, on Georgetown Lake Road, no on Lake Shore, is what you're voting on.
Crosswalk.
Or do you need anything from us then?
We'll just have Paul get a hold of you and then you guys can kind of show him where you're looking at them.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, and I'll talk to the people that basically have the majority of the talks, but I just think.
Cause then that stops a whole bunch of maintenance and moving the speed bumps and then I'll tell you, them dips aren't good either. I mean, I'm not gonna argue. with it.
Well, you wouldn't be pulling a trailer either, you know, at least that'd be one less place you'd have to pull a trailer.
Yeah.
Potentially one that's like central on the Georgetown Lake Road where, so some people on one side don't have to walk, I mean. you have to
Well,
walk
yeah,
a
I
little bit.
think,
Yeah,
you know, have you been over on that? Kind of know where I'm talking
yeah,
about.
yeah,
They pretty well, they have a parking lot kind of right there, and then there's, you know, 3 or 4 docks. Where's the
Yeah.
rest of them and stuff, and there's really not much to these, cause
Yeah.
they're crossed off. Maybe a little bit before that, the people coming down the hill, but you're all kind of in a pretty good area
Yeah.
from that curve. You know?
So on something like that, would you do a sign before, crosswalk.
You
and
can do it on both sides.
On both sides, yeah.
They're,
And that's gonna
they're,
slow you
they're
down
going,
in that
it's gonna
area.
slow down that whole area that.
And they don't
That
have
Chuck
to,
and I wrote about it. I think there's 126 homes in that whole area that would take
I
care of it.
guess Central is where it's the busiest,
Yeah.
to try to figure out that.
You're talking about a sign before it, then the sign
Well,
right
you
after.
have to have some
Yeah.
on both sides.
On both sides,
Obviously.
Yeah.
one on this side and one coming up.
Yeah, and that is,
So-
it'll take care, there's some
Just
pretty
like
good-
in school crossings.
Yeah,
it'd be like,
yeah.
like you say, getting with Paul, but there's
Yeah.
pretty obvious places
I
on both
think-
curves where if you put them there, they would.
Appreciate that, that's, yeah, that's a way better idea.
I just think that's a good idea, and like I said, I volunteered my.
Hit them a couple times,
Mhm.
the tickets.
You know,
Well,
I
thanks.
volunteered my helicopter pad if sheriff wants to sit on it.
Well, thank you.
All right.
That's a good
Yeah.
idea, thanks a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
Thanks.
y'all, thank you.
Okay, well, we're gonna jump into the dam tenders report. On the dam tenders report, it's 642907, 5.16 is inch below. We had on Jared's report, the crew fixed the potholes cracked on the dam road and tar and gravel covered the zoner's access. They look really good. I sent the pictures to Billy. They went up there and them guys did a hell of a job. Thank them. I mean, they did a good job. And they built it up, so now they're out. And, I got. Yeah. And Tom Burden, I got hold of him, he's getting hold of Paul, and they're gonna look at them gates, and he's interested in hanging new gates just on that walkway.
Okay,
And Paul's gonna get some, you get some 3-inch or 4-inch rock and put it there where. What's his name? Kareem?
Kareem?
Yeah, where he wanted it right there,
Yeah.
so that's
Kareem.
all it should be
Think
getting.
of ice cream.
So it should be getting, that'll all be getting done here probably soon, I hope, before winter hits, but.
so I got the physometer,
They're done,
they're done.
yeah.
Oh,
Billy, you got the pictures, I sent them to her.
Who did it? Paul?
Did you email them to us? Because I was very lax on checking my email this week, I'm sorry.
Remember if I attached
So
it,
yeah,
to
they
be
did a
honest.
good job, and I wanna thank them, because they went right up the next day and did it. I'm not sure who, but it looks really good to me. And anyway, what do you wanna do on the water thing?
What is it? Is that
5.6 inches below, and we're at 30.
We gotta stay the same,
Yeah,
so I moved to stay the same.
I was like,
so when do we, I second,
sorry.
a question before I second. When do we have to go down to, oh, yeah,
They did a really good job.
October 1st, I think.
October, okay, October 1st is payback. And then we have to go
15th.
inflow. What's coming in is all we can put out, right? On what, October 15th or what?
It's yeah, the less inflow starting October 15th. Or it's a temporary modification if you know.
So right now, I would second the 30. Because right, it's not, we're doing great, right?
We're doing really good. And yeah, I'll second that note, and I don't want to set as payback. I don't know, I'm just.
You know, it should be year by year, because we don't need it this year, in my opinion, but last year we did, I think, so. But whatever,
Because it's.
no big deal. Don't really is it?
Yeah, the
All
first-
in favor? Oops, sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
I'm just saying, yeah,
I
first
just-
quarter gives them a lot of.
I know, but it's not their water,
Yeah.
and it's just,
Yeah.
so, I mean, it's like, we take and then it's like, I borrow $5 from you. I just don't like that sound of payback to them. It just don't sound right to me. That's just me. And we know that, so. All right, motion been carried and passed.
But they're paying it back at a time when they don't need it, so, right?
All right,
They needed it more,
Yeah.
yeah, when they got it.
So there.
Thank you. All righty, so we'll go ahead and move ahead into the drafted letter to the U.S. Senators representatives concerning wildfire amendments.
good letter to me, I move that we send it to our representative.
I'm glad you didn't say how's it going. Hope all is well.
What are you gonna make fun of that? How it's going?
You don't like being a kinder, gentler commission.
That was perfect. First of all, Granite County, thank you for your service.
Good job, Billy. Good luck.
Not bad, Billy.
That's always my language on the hope you're doing well.
I do that too. It's like it's the default of. Hope all is well. Or greetings, that's my other one.
No,
Is the 11 o'clock meeting?
What's that?
It'll be coming up.
Coming
here.
up here in a little bit, yeah.
I came early to get a parking space.
All right.
And
Yeah, it sounds really super.
when you say.
It is. All your feelings are right in there. Your expertise,
So, you're not-
your knowledge, that's expertise. What else can I say to
Our-
butter?
our-
You just say in a second.
Limit the buttering up, yeah.
It's gonna change in a minute.
So is there a motion?
Yeah.
He made the motion. I'll second it.
Public comment? All in
Oh, wait,
favor?
oh, you do have
Oh,
public comment.
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. I read the letter. It's a good letter. I was just wondering, are you going to send a copy to the Kintler District Fire Service? So they're aware of it? Just wondering. Thank you.
Good idea.
Good idea, yeah. CC it.
Okay, anyway, so all in favor?
I,
Aye. The next one is. The contract for medical billing, Jackie was just in here.
Yeah.
And then
who's Rachel Johnson?
she's got the one that's doing the area 5 that was sitting here last week.
Oh, really? And she wants to do our billing too?
Yeah, she's done it before.
Oh,
So, and Jackie's so far behind her. She can't keep up.
Jackie said that Rachel was real knowledgeable on billing. The Lost City Ray is no longer doing it to take over basically that for the same wage. Rachel, it sounds like is gonna be on the area 5 will be moving to be an employee of Granite County Medical, or Granite County Medical Center. But on this, she would, the billing for the public health would be contracted with the county.
And Cindy,
Yeah.
yeah,
Doing
It
what
was
City
a-
Ray
It was
did.
a claim.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
And-
So in a contract like that, do they have to have show proof that they're is it more or less self-employed where they have to have work comp and everything?
I think, yeah, and she was
independent
looking,
contractor exemption.
she was looking in where she just by herself, you know, just to have it insurance on herself.
Yeah, the county would, I think the contract talks to the county pays so much of that independent the fee to get her independent contractor exemption.
I think it's a
And,
good
yeah.
deal, my personal opinion, just sitting down and I went in there last week there. And she's just got so much crap trying to get,
No, absolutely.
I mean, I'm just, yeah.
So what you're saying is that Cindy did it and she's no longer doing it, and so you've fallen behind and you found Rachel and she's willing to do it. Is that what you're saying? Okay,
And you have the funding is
That's
my
it.
understanding.
Yeah, so
okay, so,
I thought Jackie was just, where'd she go?
well, I.
She ran back down.
She has to-
Okay, so I'll just entertain a motion, we'll go ahead and with Rachel.
I would make a motion that the contract for medical billing for public health, we hire Rachel Johnson.
Wait a second.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor? Right, thank you, I think it's gonna really help. Yeah, it's. Okay, well, we're moving right on, at 11 o'clock. For about 20 minutes, can we close this for 5 minutes?
Yeah,
Yes,
the personal
Yeah.
matter, yeah.
Have you step out just for 5 minutes, please? We go off. Okay.
It looks familiar.
We're back on now.
I do 2 originals of that before.
Yeah, right.
2 originals. You can sit up here if you want.
I'll sit something soft. thank you.
Oh, or you can move that up. We can move one of those up for you. You can-
I thought there'd be quite a few people here at Rumsey Mountain.
I talked to Tom Dunn and he said some people might watch online and some people might,
We got like 10 minutes.
Some people-
anyway, so it might start going up.
Okay.
some,
So you're gonna wait then?
some people might watch via the recording. He asked me to send it out after the meeting because some people weren't gonna be able to make it, so I'm all over the board.
You want to?
Yeah,
No, go ahead. State your name again, please.
Okay.
for the record.
Blaine Messer, 260 Lakeshore Road. Scott, the sheriff said he would call and talk.
one of the things that Vladimir Babbage brought up was crosswalks, so they're gonna put that on their agenda, that may. Crosswalks there was signed in,
Something
yeah,
like
it is a
that.
great
I
idea.
just-
Slow them down.
Yeah, so that's gonna be on the agenda next week.
But I think we have a better chance of getting them up than carts, they're 30 grand.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Crosswalk.
At
Never
least
thought
that'll
of
get
That's, yeah,
So we'll bring that to Scott's attention too, so as soon as he calls, we'll pass it on.
no,
Thanks.
yes,
You got it.
thank you, all right, yeah.
Thank you.
Like crosswalks, maybe it'll keep everyone crossing in one spot.
I think it's just.
Eventually.
Linking signs.
More observing, and
Yeah.
sooner or later,
there's
them
pedestrian
things they kill in for it, it's no good, I mean, if. You go through there with a trailer, a boat trailer, and it's on. They got
Yeah.
these spread out like 25 feet.
I was up on Lake Shore recently. I don't feel like you can drive that fast on Lake Shore. I mean, there's some whole, I would.
I know it just seems like we keep dragging it down, but here we got one of the best comments yet of putting.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Any of that other, I think, so.
You guys are trying to do what's
What we waiting
right
for?
there.
Chuck to come back and
Oh.
starts at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, there might be people,
Oh.
users.
People on it.
Question for you on LATCF, you guys designated so much for public safety, right? How much is that?
Yeah.
Was it,
What was left over, we were gonna use for. public safety.
600,000 or-
Yeah, there was,
But-
I thought 800,000.
That might, yeah, I think that is the.
So
Okay.
We had left over.
but you haven't specifically designated where that's going,
Right,
okay.
But when we, something like that, we have to, make the 2 week, whatever, but yeah. That's a way better idea. and
so it's, yeah,
cheaper.
and it's actually, I think there is a line item possibly, and we can decide that because we haven't set budgets yet. Where we can just directly take out of that if we needed to. The expense for crosswalks, I think.
Well, I-
We wouldn't have to do
Yeah.
any transfers or anything. We can,
Yeah. Also, well, Brian Huso was asking about those funds too. I'm not sure if he's gonna try to come talk about them for the ambulance issues or what, but. Be nice if they could take over the ambulance, but. Yeah, it'd have to come to you guys to talk about that,
oh, with their,
yeah.
I think we're doing great, aren't we, so far with things coming into place with the Peter ambulance?
I think it's moving along
Yeah.
pretty well. We could get a call report from the sheriff's office.
But yeah, as far as them taking it over, he can get on the agenda and come talk to you guys about that.
Do they have service up at the lake yet? Ambulance?
There was a call last week up there and they Pillsbury ambulance went up on it.
Okay.
See, yeah.
Still had volunteer service.
Yeah. We didn't have one for like a year and then it was reenacted, and so because we lost Eagle Ambulance, they left us. And so Phillipsburg Ambulance has regrouped and they're trying to, we're getting them up and going, so yeah, they're gonna cover that area.
But Granite County Medical Center is looking at potentially taking it over. The thought, Brian Husso's the new administrator, he's trying to come up with a plan. That makes sense for them too.
And we old folks that live at the lake,
It's important.
Yeah. Any way to get our road graded?
No.
Fireweed lane?
I'm kidding.
Oh, well, that's not fireweed, yeah, they've,
Hey,
yeah,
hey,
It's,
no. Absolutely.
the,
Hey, I've
Yeah,
got
there's
$4,000
turning
a year property taxes. I should at least get a road graded.
Now you sound like the rest of them.
Yeah.
Now the road thing was on early this morning. so,
Was it?
Yeah.
well, the private lanes, yeah, the county is by resolution said.
I mean, I get my roads graded.
No, you got yours paid.
Yeah, yours is good.
Yours is big.
Don't even bring that up.
Now what do we have
I
to
mean,
do?
our private road.
We have to mow it now.
Yeah, we gotta start mowing.
Oh, Jesus, shut up.
No, we got it.
And
We got a lot of. gravel.
We need, no, don't you, the mowing can wait. These roads down this lower end have to get took care of. I'm sorry, the weed mowing's gotta wait. Unless we can find somebody to run it.
Just get some sheep.
Or goats.
Or goats, yeah.
Alright, we're getting
I'll
way
get
off
those.
here. Was you the only one coming in, or was that other guy with you?
Yeah, he's with me. Yeah, he's just using the restroom. Thank you.
Okay, so they want to put 150 watt output.
No, we gotta wait for everybody.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry. Just a second. Whoever goes in the bathroom.
You had any bear come into town?
Mountain lion,
Mountain lion?
yeah, bears are. Like one every fall comes into Drummond.
Bears over there right close to Drummond right now.
Yeah.
Running Drummond. Quite a few around this year. No bears, deer, choke bears, antelopes and Drummond. Yeah, there's quite a few around.
Yeah.
And then traffic.
We had a sow and a couple of cubs at the lake. On our side.
There's a lot of bears anymore. More than there's ever been, I think. Nobody hunts them.
No, you think the freeway would scare them away, would you?
They get hit on there quite a bit, but it's, I don't bother them. I think they're used to Groton. Well, we'll go ahead and, jump a couple 2 minutes early, but we'll get into this. Tom McGinley,
This is Tom. Yeah,
okay,
and I'm Ray Agnes.
okay, from Montana Public Ray, presenting information to become a user at the Rumsey Mountain Tower site.
You want to come up here?
Sure.
Gonna leave it on, Tom, you leave it on?
Well, it's, as you said, we're seeking permission to put a transmitter for Montana Public Radio on the Rumsey Mountain site. And Tom can talk about everything with that. What I wanted to give you guys a little bit of background was with Montana Public Radio, how we've expanded into a lot of places in western Montana. And over the past number of years, and one of the places that's been really underserved with news, Montana news especially, and Montana music is right here in Phillipsburg. And we want to you can get us a little bit, I think, on the fringes here and there. It kind of comes and goes. off of our Missoula station, but we want to try and fill this area in. About 25 years ago was the last time that the FCC opened up a window for stations to expand. And we were lucky enough to have that happen 2 years ago, where they opened another window, and it'll probably be the last one for another number of years. So we felt it was the right time to do this. I know our chief engineer, Saxon Holbrook, and Tom McGinley took a look and started talking with folks here with the user group about the possibility of that. And I know there are some concerns about that, and Tom can talk about some of the concerns and how we want to mitigate those, and we want to work together in a partnership to make that happen. So we're very proud of the service we provide for Western Montana, especially, like I said, news, music, but also emergency broadcasting. We've got a national emergency broadcast that will come out, a test coming out here soon. And we want to make sure, as we're the lead station for Western Montana, to be a part of that here in Granite County. So,
Blaine Bradley, county attorney. One thing is the county commission can't speak for the association board, but at least this could be initial talks and
Right.
yeah, okay, that sounds good.
yeah, and I'll just hand off to Tom then to talk about where the work that they've done so far and what we want to do moving forward here.
Very good, thank you, Ray. I know that, would you state your name? And just say your
It's on
name.
Zoom.
You weren't here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
Just go ahead, you don't have to look. You can just
Okay.
take the name.
okay. I'm Tom McGinley. I'm the chief engineer at Montana Public Radio. I've been, former engineer back in the 1970s, graduate at the U, pursued a broadcast, consulting and, engineering career for 35 years before moving back to Missoula, where I grew up. And they conscripted me to keep doing what I was doing rather than retiring, so I'm continuing on to expand the brand of Montana Public Radio and build these new stations that we have grants for, and construction permits. We initially contacted Tom Dunn, who, as I understand, is the de facto chairman of the users group, since he maintains most of the radios up there. And by the way, I think you folks had invited members of the users group to come to this meeting. Are any of them here?
Right there.
Good. And you are?
Bob Mazzolini,
Bob.
I represent the amateur radio.
Ah, very good, Bob. You got a repeater up there.
Yes.
Very good.
There might be some on Zoom too. I don't know
I
if.
don't
ready yet.
see
Oh,
any
okay,
yet, but the users, I did let them know that this is recorded, so I will send out the link after the
Oh, okay,
meeting. right now.
very good. Well, that's good to know. As you mentioned, this is a preliminary meeting to discuss our plan and our proposal. In building this station, we initially had contacted Tom Dunn about the ability to use the Rumsey site. And he, gave us some background information on who was already there. And the cell companies had built their own tower. And that for many years, the county radios, highway patrol, the Montana
ENRC.
MRC and those groups have been up there for a long time with communications facilities. And we're very sensitive to that, obviously. We, he gave us permission to go ahead and use the site in our initial application. You can't apply to the FCC unless you have a site that is, you have reasonable assurance could be used for your transmitter site. So we designated Rumsey Mountain as a strategic location that will cover not just Phillipsburg, but most of the county, Georgetown Lake, ski area, obviously, all of that, which is a growing population that's quite underserved with radio and television now, as we all know. We came in with the intention of not building what is normally thought of as a broadcast station. Most broadcast FM stations run considerably more power than a two-way radio operation. We're not going to do that. Ours will be a power level that is at or below some of the two-way radios that Tom Dunn maintains up there now, less than 200 watts. So we do that so that not only can we be a good neighbor to the existing users and not interfere with any of their operations, we really don't need a lot of power to cover the area that we want to be able to cover with a good signal because of the elevation. Most of the populated area around Rumsey, it's line of sight, so FM signals propagate very well line of sight. Tom did indicate that obviously the users group would have to look at this. And he related to me the experience that Charlie Canaliato had back a number of years ago, 2012, 14, somewhere in there.
Yeah, the TV district.
The TV district.
Yeah, yeah, and that's part of that actually.
Right. Charlie mentioned your name, Blanche. That the users group is concerned about interference and requested that Charlie run what they call an intermodulation interference study to see what the potential would be for mixing of frequencies and that sort of thing. And he ran the study. The study really, I don't believe when I talked to Charlie about all of that, it didn't really indicate anything very serious. But as we all know in this business, the engineers that work this kind of technology on a regular basis realize that you can run these studies, and we've run the study just as was requested of Charlie. We got probably the premier consulting engineering company in Seattle, Hatfield and Dawson, to do the study for us. They gathered up all the existing frequencies that Tom had provided, in addition to the cell companies that are up there. And that it's not an exact science when you do a mathematical analysis of all these different frequencies. You can see some combinations that may or may not happen in the real world. But when they came back with the results of the study, our consultant, I had a executive summary statement in that we shared with Tom and the users group. And I gave a copy to Sarah, which I think she distributed to the commissioners. I don't know if you guys read that or not. It's technical reading, but the bottom line of it was that with a station like we're proposing, the only really sure way to know what's going to happen, and since it's a relatively small station and not that difficult to install, you go ahead and install it and you test it and you make sure everybody's happy before you get it permanently licensed. And that's what we intend to do. We basically just want the opportunity to bring our service to the area, build this low power station, put it on the air and test it and get the confirmation from our users as to whether or not there is interference. If there is, and there is a small likelihood there could be, we're prepared to remediate that interference with whatever means is necessary. And we have pretty good experience doing this kind of thing at other sites where we came in after the fact and there were already land mobile users, two-way radios, ham radio repeaters, etc., up on what used to be called Big Mountain. It's now Whitefish Mountain, the FAA peak site up there at the very top. Montana Public Radio built, upgraded a station actually from a 10 watt to a 1,000 watt transmitter at that site about 20 years ago. And as a result of that, there was some interference and we fixed it. There were a number of radios that the Forest Service was operating for their fire district, their fire lookouts. They had a network of two ways that interlinked, and they would use handhelds in the field with their crews on the ground that would have to talk to the base stations on these mountaintops. And they were getting desensed is what happened. Because of the existence of a higher power station near their repeaters, the repeater receivers were getting desensed. They weren't as sensitive, so they couldn't pick up the weak handheld signals. And it was traced to the power increase in Montana Public Radio. The simple fix there was the installation of bandpass filters, the little metal cans about like this, a few $1,000s that you put in front of the receivers of these two-way radios to basically block out the interference from the broadcast station. And I think 3 filters were purchased. I wasn't with Montana Public Radio at the time, but I was actually hired as a consultant to help them through that process of dealing with the Forest Service and some of the other users up there. And we were able to demonstrate that with the addition of these filters, we were a good neighbor and a good tenant, and we could all get along peacefully and coexist. Again, we think that because of our much lower power here and the frequencies involved, we don't anticipate problems. But if there are, we certainly will fix them.
You have a question on that?
Well, the idea that you went from what you say, 10 watts to 1,000 watts?
At the FAA peak, right?
Yeah, are you?
That wouldn't be up here though.
That's not.
That was my question.
Yeah,
No,
Were
we're
you going
starting.
to upgrade from 100 watts or 150 watts?
It's 190 watts, and the FCC limits us to that. We'll never be able to go higher because of other signals that we have to protect that are, out a few hundred miles from this area.
I think what he was mainly stating is the problems that happen from 10 to 1,000. And naturally it wouldn't, there'd be no way you would do 1,000 up here.
No,
At 190.
We have no intention of ever doing 1,000. We don't really need 1,000 here because the area that we need to cover and fill in is much smaller. At FAA peak, we needed to cover the whole Flathead Valley, which is an extensive piece of real estate, as we all know. Ray brought some maps that we generated that show.
Page 1 is what we cover now, and you can see kind of the areas. It's a little hard to see the town names on here. But Phillipsburg's over into the right-hand side there. So that's the before, and then with the station on page 2, you can see the red outline where we would be covering.
Page 1 shows 3 red circles. The big one in the upper left, I think you have it right. Is our main signal on Missoula. The little kidney shaped one on the left is the signal out of Hamilton at the Grub Steak Restaurant. And then one at the far right, or in the corner, is our Butte transmitter on XL Heights. So in the middle is the area that's not served, and this is White Sulphur Springs. So if you look at page 2, this is what we're filling in with the 190 watt signal. The little odd shaped semicircle there. I don't know what that looks like. It looks like the shape of a foreign country somewhere. Anyway, Rumsey fits that need perfectly for this location and the amount of power that we're going to run to cover Phillipsburg to the north, all the way to Drummond, and then to the south to Georgetown Lake. And because of the mountains that hem in the signals to the east and the west, south and the north, we're pretty well boxed into this valley with this proposal.
The map only shows to the Maxville.
Well, that's the primary signal, the home radio.
Okay.
You'll actually see if you wanted to draw another contour that would be like for car radio listening. Probably go out into it. So as we all know here in Phillipsburg, I wanted to mention this. We get calls every now and again from our Phillipsburg faithful listeners that are struggling to hear the signal off air. And most of them have had to resort to outside antennas for their home radios to get the signal. And it'll, you know, it helps, but it doesn't really solve the problem for a strong, reliable signal that we want to be able to provide. So those folks are gonna be ecstatic when this is built and we get it fully accepted and confirmed and licensed. What else should we?
Well, we were hoping that Charlie could be here today.
Oh, yes,
Had a
Charlie
doctor's
Canale.
appointment and couldn't be here. He did send a letter of support. I don't know if you've seen that or need a copy of that.
One thing that I'd like to make a comment, working with Charlie, and we fought to get up there on the mountain. And we had to do this study, and there was channel 40, we had. There was a ping, something that pinged, but it pinged at a point, and I'm probably, I don't know if I'm explaining this well enough, but we just took channel 40 off. Away anyway, so we just took it off. And I'm not sure what kind of wattage we have up there now for the TVs, but it's probably more than what you would be bringing up there. And what
Actually,
yours-
the effective radiated power from the TV antennas, they're very highly directional antennas that point all the energy from Rumsey into the Phillipsburg area. Our
so
antenna will be
we-
non-direction, so it's gonna cover out in all directions. The effective radiated power that the TV stations run is similar to what ours would be. Towards Phillipsburg, so it's a comparison there. Now, I think there's 4 TV channels that are operating up there now that Charlie built. The 3 Missoula commercial stations and Montana PBS. As a channel 15, I think he said it was.
Got it on in here. So
Yeah. They have the TV on in there that shows people what they can get for free.
Yeah,
We love that.
But just cost an antenna.
One issue to consider too, and it's probably not a huge matter, is the lease with the Forest Service is up, and now we're basically at I interpret as a month, but they're, trying to get that, redone, which I don't.
Did they not redo it?
I haven't,
It's with Anaconda Deer Lodge, not us.
yeah, but
I don't know.
I guess I haven't seen the renewed one, but the Forest Service met here with. When was that last fall? And it was. in
Yeah,
work,
December.
so it's probably just and maybe it was,
I know they've really
Yeah.
been looking at those again.
yeah,
And I would think with the Phillipsburg geographically where it's at, it's one of those underserved areas. I can't imagine that they would pull the plug, so.
I hear
yeah, no, we have several Forest Service leases. Our main station in Missoula is on Forest Service land at the top of Snowball Ski Run. And it's been up there since 1972. And we've always worked well with Forest Service on their renewals. They kind of have a revolving door of people that operate and administrate these leases. The forest ranger in the district, is the first person, then they have an administrative assistant that runs the paperwork. And every year you fill out a little form and say what facilities you have. And then they up the rent a little bit to keep up with the cost of inflation, and that's pretty much been.
Well, like right now, we lost a cell company that was paying the majority of the lease. And so we're kind of in limbo right now on what the Forest Service is going to charge us for the lease.
I just got the billing stuff actually this morning, but it's based upon how many tenants we have, so we're charged per tenant.
Right. And each class of service has a fee associated with it. Like, the two-way radio folks pay less than a cell service by far. Cell services are big money-making commercial operations, and they know that, so they have the ability to pay a lot more. The public stations typically pay quite a bit less, so whatever would be put into that formula, adding us as a tenant,
Who's exempt from that right now?
I would have to look the.
I mean, this is
new one
just for
in
information
jet.
so that. Or the,
Previously, it was the TV district
TV
board
district
exempt, they paid
pays.
like. They pay a very small
so does
amount,
the
but
ham radio pay
emergency
it all?
services don't pay, Northwestern Energy doesn't have to pay. Amateur radio, I don't think you
I don't
guys
believe
have to
we pay.
pay,
I don't think so.
We have no income.
Forest Service doesn't have to pay.
Yeah.
It was mostly, it was the cell service when it was in there, and then it went Tom Dunn, his stuff that's in there, and then it was the TV districts, I think were our main billing out.
Well, there's at least what, 3 or 4 land mobile radio operators that Tom services up there. Highway Patrol, the county. Fish Wildlife and Park or DNR or somebody,
Yeah, DNRC.
DNRC,
Stakeholders.
and they're probably all in the same class. We
Yeah.
would probably be in the same class as the public television. I would
Yeah.
guess,
So it's a small, it would be a small amount, then if you're in the same class with them, I'm trying to find.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's what the fee is split up between, and the Forest Service, aren't they the ones that kind of decide what each?
Yep, they have a formula that they
Yeah.
give us.
Yeah.
to-
Yeah, they have a schedule,
Yeah.
class of service. Right.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be a big problem. Renewal should be automatic.
So what you want now is, what we need to do is, excuse me if I. If I'm. Like,
No, we need an actionable item from you, Blanche. Go right ahead.
you need to get a hold with all the users, and the users need to have a meeting, and then you meet to that meeting, and the users vote on whether or not. They want me up there on the mountain, and you've shown proof that you're not gonna hurt them in any way.
Well, it's all theoretical proof. I mean, the only way to know for sure is to build it and test it.
I'm
And the
not sure-
consultants have all said that.
So did we get to do that? Did Charlie say whether or not we got to do that? We gotta put it up there and prove to them that. We didn't interfere with anything, cause DNRC was the one that really didn't want the TV district up on the mountain. They felt that they were gonna interfere with all the emergency services and stuff. And then. Charlie did the study and found that, no, we're not going to. There was like a little ping or something, am I saying that correctly? On that channel 40, so we just got rid of the channel 40.
Well, let me give you a little background on our attempts to work with the users group. It hasn't been very successful. We started over a year ago. Requesting a meeting and working with Tom directly. And his initial response was to us that he said, we rarely have meetings. But it's about time we have a meeting, so he scheduled a meeting. And we were on the agenda. Was it a December last year, I think he said?
That was the one that was in here, that was the first meeting we'd had in forever, and the Forest Service permit had expired, we were trying to figure out whose permit
Right.
it was, and then we had one meeting after that. It was a meeting where we were electing officers and that, but we haven't had a meeting since then. I did after, so all the users were notified of this presentation today, and then I'll email out the link so they can view this presentation. And attached to that were a couple of different dates that we're going to set up for a meeting to actually vote on the matter. Cause there's a couple other items of business, cause the Forest Service, there was just a site visit that was done up there in August, so. That I think, I can't remember the 3 days.
So here's a question, am I just an honorary member or do I have a vote?
You represent Granite County.
And I have a vote. There you go.
Well, if we'd love to find out when that meeting is,
Yep,
and
as
we can
soon
be
as-
there to answer questions or allaying fears, we would love to be there, so.
Yep, I'm going to, I think I told all the users to, that until Monday, they have to pick a date, and then I'll have the actual date, so I'll let you guys know.
So you gave them a list of potential dates?
Yes,
Okay, and are those all before the end of this year or?
yes, they are, they're all in September and October,
Oh, okay, very good.
yes.
Well, I know that Tom was sort of in the middle of all of this, and we've asked several times directly if he could go ahead and schedule a meeting, and he had not responded to us. I guess he was waiting to work with you on trying to get this set up since it's hard to get a date where everyone can meet and be present and discuss all of this. Now, you mentioned, Charlie, they had a vote on Charlie's proposal. And he was accepted before he built all of his
I
stuff.
don't remember, because I was there and he presented everything and said there would be no problem whatsoever, and I don't know where the minutes would be, but they accepted us and we went up on the mountain and that,
He did,
but
some-
I'm not sure if
he
we,
did some tests and stuff, to remember the.
Well, he did the
proof.
testing.
Yeah,
and,
remember that.
but he would do that before they gave us permission.
yeah, just to make sure it worked and not interfere.
So he built at least one of the stations, or,
Why don't you have to ask him? I'm
because
not,
he did the intermodulation study first and presented that to all of the
yes,
users.
yes.
We've already done that part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he just moved in on, he didn't build nothing.
Do you remember? Do you remember?
No,
I don't either, and I was there. And you were too.
I think I would, yeah.
Well, I mean, the users group would probably be able to answer that, but Charlie would probably remember too.
It would be-
I don't know that.
I remember. But we were up there and we fought for it, we did, and the DNRC was the one that was really worried about us, but they might have said no and everybody else said yes. I can't remember, but I know we made it on the mountain and we were on the mountain and we probably didn't get there right away. I mean, we were accepted and then we had to get all the stuff and get up there and yeah.
Well, I mean, this vote that the users group takes, it doesn't have to be unanimous then to
I
accept.
don't think so, no.
What is your rule on that?
I don't know what
There's
they're,
bylaws, I believe it's majority, but I'd have to double check
Majority
that, yeah, I'd double check that.
Okay. Well, as far as the DNRC concerns, and we're very sensitive to any user that has concerns.
Yeah.
But if they have concerns, they need to look at the intermodulation study and satisfy themselves that their frequencies aren't a part of the intermodulation hits that come out of that study. And they must have done that with Charlie's study to
do you
be
have concerns?
opposed to it.
As far as the amateur radio thing goes, I don't think so, but I haven't seen the study
Yeah.
and
Well, we made a copy available to the commission. When it came back from our consultant, and you should have that on file. And I know the users group, we gave a copy to Tom Dunn. And the executive summary, so they've all had a chance to look at it if they're interested in it at all. Well, we've got to keep pressing forward here and get this meeting so that they can hear it and we can discuss it.
Well, yeah, you'll have to pursue and try to get them to believe that let you up there.
Well, and then, yeah, I mean, that's part of
We
it.
can sit here.
But if we can get there, if we can get everyone together to talk about it and answer questions. But our problem is that we're starting to run out of time here for this
Yeah.
construction season because. Those
We only have
cooler
2
temperatures
months.
out there are saying it's gonna be snow soon, so.
Yeah.
Well, we've had meetings here before the commission with the association and have people on Zoom, that would be, I think, the way to go and
Yeah.
get moving on it. Some of this, I'll tell you, the Granite County has been the one that has had to do the heavy lifting, but I think commission's willing to have a meeting here, right, in this office or try to organize it.
Yeah. Yeah, at least you'll have a central spot and set up
Yeah.
the meeting for here's one day, and I mean, not everybody can make it, but I mean, when can you get everybody?
That's
And then they can zoom in and let's move on.
Well, we appreciate that,
You bet.
trying to push that forward and keeping us in touch and we would love to come over and. We appreciate you guys, being good partners with us.
Absolutely.
Thanks for coming in. Any public comment on this?
I was wondering if you, are you
Okay.
gonna go into a building that's already there or you
Yeah.
have to go, okay.
Yeah, we, Charlie and my boss Saxon, visited the site last summer. And there's plenty of room, because the cell company, I thought there were 2 cell operators at the site. One of them initially was in the building and then they moved out and built their own tower. When they moved out, it opened up a lot of space in your building. And there's plenty of room on the tower. We have pictures of all of that. And our antenna is only one little element. It's all very small. There shouldn't be any issues logistically to mount the stuff and put our gear in there.
All right, well, we have a public comment. Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. For the record, Elena Gagliano, Phillipsburg, and I want to thank NPR for doing this. But I just have a comment regarding our district, Phillipsburg and Drummond TV district, and I'm looking online and it says also FM radio translator stations, but no information at all is there. I see 3 people that are apparently board members, but board documents, nothing. And Drummond doesn't have anything on it. I think this is important and I think the people would be interested in it. And I'm just wondering why we don't have anything, notification or anything on the website. Thank you.
So this isn't, this is Blaine, this isn't Phillipsburg or Drummond TV districts, this is the Rumsey Mountain Radio Association. And so we need to, this was just preliminary discussion and we'll get a meeting before them here, hopefully set up right away.
We discussed that already, that we get.
The Phillipsburg and Drummond TV districts, they're
And Drummond is not on the
their
mountain.
tenants, just like Montana Public Radio would be.
Yeah.
All righty, well, thank you guys, and like I said, we'll get a meeting set up and. Go from there.
I'll send you the
Sooner
dates
better.
as soon as I hear back from the rest of the users. Like I said, I think I gave them till the end of the day Friday, so Monday I should have the meeting date.
That sound good?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
bet. Thanks for allowing us some time to talk about
Thanks for everything.
You bet. Well, as soon as you have a date where everybody can be there, we'll clear our schedules and be here with bells on.
Yeah,
Thank you
before
all.
you need chains.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Young man, how's the,
Pretty good, actually, yeah.
sons are coming back.
Yeah, well, I, with just 100 watts and a dipole antenna, I talked to a guy in the Seychelles Islands on 100 watts.
There you go.
So that's, for those that don't know where that is, that's the island group above Madagascar.
Oh, wow.
Seychelles, yeah.
Yeah.
It's, halfway around the world.
Yeah, with 100 watts.
Keep up the good work.
All right, well, thank you.
Okay, we'll be in touch, Billy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Thank you all.
you.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Okay,
Yeah.
the correspondence,
Have a
the
good day.
next one's a
Down the all
correspondence.
the way.
The next one's a correspondence from Mako on AG opinion concerning school levy discretion decision. You know what you got on that?
So, yeah, they're having the issues in Beaverhead and they're wanting clarification from wanting a legal opinion from the AG's office. Providing them some help. And looking at this more, there are some conflicts in the statutory law. And so Beaverhead was relying upon one of those statutes, appears to be another one that may be in conflict. They're trying to get a opinion from the AG that clarifies and says what they're doing or help them out so they don't have to tax that full amount and that they're needing X amount and the changes here may have the tax be way above that. So if the commission wants to do a letter of support there for that, I mean, it's a legal issue really for the AG's office to look at, but if you wanted to.
Wait a little bit before we send a letter, don't you think, or do you think they need a letter of support?
I don't think it's gonna affect how the Attorney General does, and you can support Beaverhead, but I don't think it's gonna help with the AG's opinion.
I guess we'll just keep posted on it, and if they need something, we can go from there and give them what, I mean, the letter, whatever. I think AG's got the mindset.
Yeah, I don't know how what opinion they'll
What
give.
they're requesting is that we send a letter of support to the Attorney General.
Yeah.
and give his request. And you're saying it's not necessary for us?
I don't think that's gonna affect how the Montana Attorney General.
What he's
decide.
probably, what they're probably saying is. The more people or the more counties that send in, the more, but you don't feel that way. You know what I mean?
Really,
The more-
really, it's not a political issue, it's really a legal issue, and then ultimately the legislature is gonna have to kind of clarify, do some work on that, but, I think, yeah, I just don't think a letter from Granite County is gonna change the way that Montana Attorney General, decides.
I guess we'll just keep updated on, and if it comes down to the need it, we can.
So what you're saying is, we just, there's no correspondence coming from us for the AG to.
Correct.
So we've decided that no, we're not gonna do correspondence. Do we have to make a motion on that? Because this discussion.
Yeah.
I guess,
Then we can.
if you're, if there's no motion, then there's no
Okay.
decision
No.
made.
All righty, thank you, everybody, and then, agreement with Granite County Hospital District RE Area 5, he's not ready to sign that.
No, table it.
Table it,
Still working on it.
do you hear that?
What's that?
It's getting tabled on the, okay. And then, I guess we'll move it, on that. Other we signed it and approved that she can help with the billing.
Okay, great.
Okay, so I signed it somewhere.
I have them over here.
I'll let her know.
All righty. We're moving to Granite County Solid Waste Operations. Yes, you guys coming up on this?
What I'd like to introduce you to Scott Reddick. He will be the replacement for me as the solid waste clerk.
Well,
The clerk.
This was on my desk. You wanted reports for granite disposal for this last fiscal year. This is, I did from July until now, I believe. No, I did do the whole year, 7/1 of last year to 6/30 of this year. They've got 8 accounts. There's the reports for each account number. And that's all.
So did Granite Disposal bring in a list then?
I have not heard from Rick.
Okay, so we have no idea who his customers are.
Not as of
And
today.
so what you have done in your history, you've never posted anything coming from Granite Disposal into any account of the use of garbage being put into the.
Each time that a truck dumps at the drum and dump, depending on the area that they're dumping from, they each have different account numbers. Those are registered into the computer and these are the results.
So you have a list of people that goes towards their.
No.
No, there's no individual account.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so you don't know who he picked up from.
Right.
You just have
We're back to
a
square one.
group of
Yes.
people unknown.
And that's how much they've dumped in the last year.
So this is what our discussion was, is the fact that he dumps. In his garbage, and it does not hit any account, which is absolutely not right.
True.
Because then the people that pay to have their garbage hauled, how much, whatever is hauled, they still have their 2,000 pounds in their
Correct.
record. And they could go dump another, if they're 2,000 pounds being used, that's going into his disposal, they have an extra 2,000 pounds, which we need that.
Well, they can go over to the 2,000 on what he's dumping. What he's picking up. It's.
But we don't know what he's
It's double
picking up.
dipping is what it is. So they get a pickup, they could get anywhere from 100 pounds to 2,000 or even more. But they still can breeze into the dump, which I work at the dump as well. And dump again. So there's, there could be serious overages.
Yeah.
That we don't know about. The
Yeah.
only way to remedy that would be for Rick to weigh out on each person that's on his customer list.
Well, we need a list of the and even averaging each customer.
We've asked, remember, he come in the next day and said.
2-3 months ago.
Yes, and I keep asking her every week, haven't I?
I have not heard from him.
And we've mentioned it to him, and it's just like.
The thing might be a recommendation, if we can do in addition to an exclusion, if you're got a service, which Rick is doing, then you can't come to the dump site and dump. That would separate, that'd be the simplest. for a start.
Oh, boy, but.
You know,
I
we're
mean,
gonna
But they
have-
can still,
Where do we start? I mean, that's the thing. If we just keep letting it going, he don't. I take it he don't think we're serious enough that we're gonna stop that. I mean, we gotta figure something out. We're going in the hole every year more and more. And it's not because of the equipment. Now this, the hauling out of there is costing so damn much
Right.
that.
We can't exclude because we don't know who it is.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let's say with that list, you can have an exclusion, and that. Then he can come around to the weights that are coming in from the people, because there's some people that have just. They're here in the summer and that their dump thing is nothing, but there's year-round people, and there's, there's.
Yeah.
There's so many different variations.
I was hoping it's come in today and they don't keep, I mean, we keep bagging and bagging them. It's just like, oh, it's odd.
Really, the only fair way to do it is scales on a truck and customer list with what their weights are.
That comes into the,
And then he passes the cost onto his customer for the scales. The other thing I think the commission needs to look at is in the policy, there's different units for different kinds of businesses. I think that needs to be looked at and do a base and overages as they go or something, because that, if you have a restaurant, it's really busy versus a restaurant that's not really busy, why should they be paying the same amount? So I think there's some things to look at here for later on adjusting this
well, then you're probably looking at
policy.
granite disposal picking up. From restaurants. And so nothing ever goes towards that.
So he's been up, it sounds like, my understanding talking to Lynn, he's been up, Robinson, Granite Disposal been updating Lynn, and then she puts that on the taxes. I don't know that I like that way either, because then we don't have a paper trail. It's just basically his word on that. And so I think it really should
These are
be
the policies.
single units paid and then overages as you go.
As to how many units are
But-
put on the place.
If I understand the dump, pickup thing, you don't have to have a tax ID to get a pickup. You could have a residence without a paid taxpayer thing as well. So there's no record of.
Yeah, under
paying anything.
Well, under your policy now that people can pay for a unit being a non property owner, correct? That's under
Yeah.
your, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so if you don't pay taxes, you don't pay the dump fee yearly, but you can still get your pickup. So that's kind of a loophole that people might be doing.
But that's a pay as you go, right?
Yeah, but if it's going into his dumpster.
It doesn't matter.
Then it's,
But we're still getting
Yeah,
paid for
Oh,
pickups and
okay.
things like that at the dump sites, which is an extra cost for the county.
Yeah.
but I don't know that he
He doesn't-
Robinson or Granite Disposal has any customers that are not property owners. They could,
But if you're a
Yeah.
renter,
yeah, renter.
so for him,
Yeah.
here's what you're saying, for him to even pick up their garbage, they need to have a tax ID number. That they have a dump fee on their taxes.
Yeah, they're paying, right?
Or a name, and it's pay as you go, because
Or
yeah, why
pay
should they
as
be,
you go, yeah.
why should their customers be treated, I guess, different than any other property owner or just renter here? Everyone should be paying, I think it should be paying the same.
Hey, Billy, on that sport, that stuff we got. Trying to make a final, keep all this together.
Okay.
So
So how many pounds does he usually dump?
That is
per
this,
time?
I see there's pounds in there, there's like, Paul said,
This is what-
5,000 pounds.
Department per unit is one.
Oh, I see.
Garbage notes, these are the
But you don't
business
know where it all comes from.
units, these are the
I
business.
mean, I don't
that
know,
get
it
3
just seems
units.
like we're getting further and further
I-
behind.
I think the commission should have a deadline where he has to provide for sure names and averages, and then potentially a time where he has to come up with
It's the same
exact
thing,
weights.
I
Yeah.
kinda make them folder one, so we have this stuff, so we can.
Okay, one thing that we're concluding and we don't know is that there's more garbage going in there than Granite County has units. And
The grant
so,
disposal,
yeah, so we have so many
Yeah.
units of garbage that we tax for. Right? So each of those units gets
Yeah.
2,000 pounds. But there's no real chain that shows, okay, we have this many pounds total that we're allowed to go into the dumpster because there's that many units in Granite County,
yeah.
right?
But he's-
You
Grant
understand?
disposal is talking about how they are like a cooperative and have all this weight. Well, if you don't have the names of
Right.
the customers,
Right.
there are the number of
Right.
customers as well, then you don't, yeah, you don't know.
The units
know
aren't
that.
matching up with the total tons at the end of the year. They're just not, I mean, what's coming in is.
So we get the bill from BFI. And they tell us how many pounds of garbage
Yes,
have been dumped.
yes.
Have we ever done a comparable, how much they've dumped and how much we put into there?
No,
No, cause we.
Do you see what I mean? Because I will bet you that there's more going in than what we have, what we're taxing people.
But there's also the pay-as-you-go program at 20 cents a pound that visitors will use. So that's not part of the Granite County base.
No,
I know, but what we're saying is how much garbage is going in those dumpsters that's over and above what we pay as you go and units we have available for that.
Yes, we can look and see what LA charges at the end of the year, how many thousands of dollars to pick the tonnage into that, pick what units we have, and by. Pick how many units we each are charging for, that'll break it down close enough to 20 cents or 22 cents a pound.
But it, ultimately, it's all fuzzy until there's what's weighed individually, until it's weighed individually.
well, for starters, you could get a account. Rick can give you a count of how many customers he has in his pickups, right? And then you can have all.
That's what we've been waiting
We've been
for.
waiting.
Well, I
He
understand.
said the
That's
next
just-
day, after with us meet, he walked right over there and said he'd have it in. I've been in every week and asked Lynn.
But for the simplest part, we can just see where the numbers are.
Yeah,
When you
That's
have,
why we-
let's say you have 1,000 customers that pick up, right? And then you get a total of the weights here, and then you can average all that out
absolutely.
and see where. Is he going over or under, or is it,
Yeah.
those kind of things, those
And
numbers. will-
this is the problem is we're waiting for him to bring that in and we need to
Yeah.
insist.
But you need names as well, because then to take care of the
Well,
double.
to compare.
Yeah, take care of the double
That
dipping.
shouldn't be that hard on his computer then, cause he's billing them people, so it should just be able to hit something, print it out, who's picking up.
Yeah,
and
a
blah,
spread,
blah, blah.
yeah, spreadsheet created.
I mean, it's not like, and if he picks up somebody new, then he's writing it down anyway, cause he's sending them a bill, right? Right? That's, I mean, you and I talked about it.
Oh, I know.
3 years.
Yes,
I don't think the commission should accept, I think you should give a deadline on when you're not accepting any garbage unless you have the customer list. And then 2, you should consider a deadline on scales.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to do scales because there is more garbage going in that dumpster than.
Or we just keep going further in the hole. We can't
So-
all of a sudden start putting on more money on the
No, we can't, we
taxpayers.
can't keep upping it because it
We
keeps
raised
raising.
it up anyway, trying to cover, and now we're going further down, but I mean, the ones that we're giving a unit to, we can't go up. no more.
The cost of scale should go on to if he has those costs, he
Yeah.
passes them on to his customers.
Sorry, the customer has to pay for the scales.
Yeah, and that would be a rule that applies to any
You
garbage
need-
hauler, if
yeah.
someone comes in and wants to compete.
He doesn't wanna do it because he
A lot
doesn't
of
want the expense.
A lot of this isn't, this is why we went and was talking to Daryl, we're trying to cut our down so we can afford to do this,
Yes.
but we can't. Until we get
Okay,
proof.
so did we pose the question to him? We want your customer list, turn it into the treasurer's
Yes,
office.
and he walked in after the meeting and talked to Lynn about it.
said
Said
I'd
he'd
get
have
it to
in.
you.
And I've been in every Tuesday and asked her, and we still haven't gotten them, and it's been 8 weeks.
It's been, I was gone at training, it's been, and that was in June.
It's been a long time, but
It's been months.
Did you hear my
Wasn't
idea on the policy, with restaurants being charged amount, different businesses, that a restaurant could be busy and one not. But I think that needs to be modified in your policy as well. Should be
Well,
charged
one
the
thing
unit,
is-
as they charge the unit and then any overages they pay.
Then
Pay as
if
you
you're,
go.
okay, here's the thing, if a restaurant is taking their garbage to the dump and it's getting weighed, then you know how much it is. Then you come in, if they have overages, then you know there's gonna have to be another unit added to it.
Well, that, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
Goes
you
back on
can't-
him Dumping them bins and bigger bins, he has to go there and make 2 trips, he's recognizing it, he's writing that down, he charged me for it.
But if we're adding units without, like, just on his word, then
Yeah.
that puts the county in a little bit of a place, because then they'll come back and say, well, I didn't agree to that.
Yeah.
But to say a restaurant is 4 units, well, one restaurant could be 6, one could be 2.
When
And
when we put them out, we kind of base it on just the overages of the power. I remember it was like the frosty freeze and all, I mean, we
Yeah.
did all kinds of little things that we studied when we did it. That's why it got based on said.
I can see where it's based on that, but I can still see how there's error in that system.
Well-
There's a basis for what was done.
Well, I think-
agree.
I mean, we're talking about this every week, right? I'm with Black. He needs to have a letter and say, we need this stuff. I mean, we keep asking and asking, we're not getting. So,
I think what you said, you could put pressure on Rick, if you don't give us that list.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to stop
If-
your business.
It's gotta be a
Or something.
deadline, because if I'm, as a customer, go out there, they're gonna ask me for my, I can't just say, no, I'm not giving you my number, or, just dumping it. They
Yeah.
would say no. They show you the card, so I think that rule should apply.
I mean, we've been counting for
Okay,
years.
I don't agree with that right there. I think that if, depending on what they're dumping to disposal, if they have still pounds left, they should be able to notify the solid waste clerk and say, hey, do I still have
But yeah,
pounds to dump?
but the issue is I have to tell them what my name, and they won't take it if it's just for. Or someone,
Go in.
yeah, there's not a name associated with.
Then it would be.
Okay, we're talking about
Ours, and it would be a
Okay.
pay as you go.
Okay, I was just saying, if I go in and dump, they're gonna wanna know whose garbage is and whose
Yes.
Yeah, you
number
put
it
your
goes
tax
on.
license,
Your blue
Yeah.
card and show.
And I'm saying the same should apply to any
Yeah.
type disposal, yeah.
Yeah. He should have a list.
Well, I think we just get this letter out to put it pretty bold, that we have to have this stuff. I don't know how else we're gonna do it. I mean, we keep saying it, and just kind of like,
I think what we need to do is find out just the exact date that we asked him when he came in.
It will be when I was.
And then say, hey, we asked you to submit this, and as yet you haven't. And we've got, a new clerk coming in, and we need,
this is why we've really been pushing on.
Yeah.
He come to us too and said, we need to have this before I leave. She leaves here another month.
But, and today was discussion,
Well,
I'd have this on your,
Or-
I'd have this on your agenda next week to give
to
a deadline.
discuss that
Yeah,
he needs
give
to do
deadlines.
more than what he's doing. We need
need
that
to-
list, and he needs that list too, who he's taking from
Yeah.
that.
I think it should be updated at least
Yes.
quarterly, and then.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, I'm encouraging the commission to look at requiring scales.
Cause he's actually been said before, oh yeah, we'll keep updating better this year. Better this year. We've been for 3 years and we've never gotten no better.
It was May 23rd.
So here's September 5th.
The letter would state on May 23rd, you were requested
Advised
to
to
submit the list and have not done so. At this point,
In time.
you may no longer use our names.
But, well, I'd put it on the agenda next week and set deadlines, because I think that's what it's gonna require.
What'd you say?
I would certify the letter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think, oh, good, yeah.
But,
And that way we know he
Yeah.
gets it. 'Cause
but today was only discussion, so I would, I'd have it on
It has to be
next
on the
week,
agenda.
and then have
let's,
it
hey, let's
certified.
put it on for next week again and. Right there and after the road and that, cause it's solid waste and we can put it all
Okay.
right there.
Do you want your policy on the agenda too? For looking at requiring scales on trucks?
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
there's no sense of just throw it all at once and then once each have him come in and I know what he's gonna say, the same thing as every time, well, find me out. Well, you know, if it comes,
Well-
you know,
It-
we can't keep going down, I mean,
But you can just call to Deer Lodge then.
and then the people, I mean, the taxpayers, now, we can't keep putting,
Yeah.
can't pay them for taxes.
Duty of the commission to, it's for the solid waste, is to set reasonable policy. And it has to be,
Yeah, I
by
agree
followed.
with Jack and Bolster saying that that's certified letter. You guys good with that? All right, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want,
Thanks.
one more thing, is just the people that come in, you know, to the dump site themselves without a pickup. Their weight is down to the, you know, down to 20 pounds, you know, and then there's overages. And they have to be accountable, but the people that have the pickups, without their weights and without their names, they're not accountable.
That's what we're
There's
going-
never an overage.
This is the whole thing, Doc.
That's what I'm saying, we have to
For months and
See
years.
the names and the count.
Yeah.
and Things
I
like
mean,
that,
bag
weights.
and bag. He never takes us serious enough.
I-
Believe it.
I
Well, that'd
got
be-
a deadline put on it.
But that, just wanna go downstream a little bit, that's gonna be a burden on the clerk, which would be me now, you know, to enter all these times and weights and things like that, so. I just wanna know there's downstream effect.
Well,
But-
we understand.
Well, that's fine.
Well, that's your job.
Well,
But
no, not
Container.
now. Currently, it's not, cause it's going through electronically.
So here's the thing is what's happening is it's going through his dumpster. And so you don't have that listed, you don't know, and you're not entering that,
Right, it's not
which-
electronic, right,
which is going to increase
right,
your
sure,
having to enter. But that is because that's more fair to
the customers.
and the customers,
Yeah.
and we've got customers that, like I say, they can have their garbage hauled and take to the dump too and still have their
Right,
extra
right.
2,000.
Well, the ideal thing would be that the software they're using and the software you're using are linking up. And that, yeah, they give you that quarterly and it's something that you can, a thumb drive that you just put right in and links up.
They have records, I know what they're doing, it's just time that we need, just get a little more force going. And we can't, yeah, so, anyway, okay, well, thanks, Scott.
Yeah, that's, see,
I guess we're adjourned for lunch.
All right.
So one thing. I mean, this is the budget hearings and this is to set. The budgets, but. Are we ready to set the levies before we work on our budgets? Because setting the levies is setting the levies. Knowing that we can't go over what's in the levy on working on the budgets.
Yeah.
I think we should be ready.
So
We adjusted what we were going to and.
you have, yeah, we're not gonna change anything on what. So
No,
far,
yeah, so from last week, I have made a few changes, but it had nothing to do with the levy. Yeah, there weren't any, those numbers all stayed. Stayed the same.
so in this instance, I think that, I don't know, Blaine said that. It's not worded correctly on the agenda. It should say setting Granite County's levies. But this was the intent and it just was worded.
Well, we can, in the motion, we can put it as, but I mean, yeah, he's saying it's all right, the way it says there, but
Yeah.
like you said, maybe when a person makes a motion, just say that. Set the levy.
Yeah, so to set the levies. Should we do that before or after?
Do it after.
Before. I make a motion, we set the levies for Granite County for the fiscal year 24.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried pass, so the levy set.
Levy set. So that in itself, then she does a hurry up and gets it all out so that she can
We
get
sign that paper now?
that, yeah, that we do.
Yes. Finally, I did get the numbers from the Phillipsburg town. So we
And you
got all
did,
those. I
yeah,
did.
yeah, so it's,
It was hand delivered. 11:30 today, so got all that.
they just don't realize when we have to set the levies, we have to set the levies, and we can't wait till they're at their convenience.
Yeah.
No, they're sitting waiting on it, because they're not quite sure.
So, just about the airport. They are having some work done on it. I finally talked with the engineer from KLJ. And he listed off everything that they're gonna be doing or that they figured that they're, you know, they're anticipating to do this year. And the money that we're still waiting to come in, he's pretty sure it's gonna come this year, and then there's a big project that they'll get 90% back. So anyway, I made all those adjustments in which had no bearing on the amount that I did for the mills, for the airport. However, they are gonna be taking, because there's the one big $90,000 project, which they'll get 90% of that back. And anyway, just to get the budget, they're gonna be taking like about 23,000 out of their capital projects to balance their budget for this year. So that's one different thing. And then the Area 5, I talked with Tana, and I need to make that as a contribution to so if it is going to the hospital, then there'll be another line item in the Area 5 as contribution, so. Instead of a
So that
transfer,
has to stay here, or I thought we are just giving them the money.
right, that's so that we can get
And we're
it.
not gonna give them all of it, that you said there's $8,000 that you have cash starting out. I think for your line item, it should be just what we're going to be receiving
Okay,
this
for
year,
the,
because there might be expenditures that come through
okay,
that we need to pay.
make that adjustment. That's why, okay, so I'll make it's like 23,965 or something is what Joe thought that would be coming through. Coming from them, which is about what they get every year. So I'll put that on the 796 contribution, and then the other, just put it in supplies or something for the 8,000. Okay. I think. that's it. Oops. So got something from.
We weren't prepared, or Brian at hospital wasn't prepared for Area 5 yet. And I got the impression that he's going to ask us for more funds.
No, I think he said he was thinking there was more out there, and there's no more funds from Joe Gilboy unless that piece they gave us last year was just that there was something special to do with COVID left over, right, Billy, am I saying this right? There was something anyway, but we can't, I think he was trying to think if we knew of any place out we could get.
So the CARES Act, which was COVID money, and what that was reimbursing what was already spent. That wasn't any grant money coming in where we can distribute it. That was when COVID allowed to reimburse the sheriff's office for all the things that they did and all that. So that isn't when we did give some of it away. But I don't think we should be giving any more of it away.
I don't think we can.
I mean, it's not money out there that we can distribute.
How much do we have?
Somebody asking.
What's left in it?
What's left in the CARES Act?
145, let me go get that number. And I can
145?
I know what it was, but I already wanted to talk.
$1,045,000?
No,
I think it's 145,000.
Okay, let me go look here. Get my cash out.
I don't think we should let the ambulance go to the hospital.
Well, what somebody said
145, 273.
in the CARES,
In the cares, sorry. Oh, that was the look.
And
What was
LAT,
Ernie wanted to talk to you about?
What'd you say now?
huh?
What'd you
What are
say?
we on? No, we got like 4 of us talking, sorry. Alright, go ahead, Blanche, sorry.
Okay, let me get the cash report just because.
So in the CARES Act, it was 145.
145,000,
I don't know.
is that what you said?
That's what I was.
But that's not the LATC.
No.
I wanna call that something else.
Yeah,
LA,
Late time.
TCF,
LATEF,
yeah.
CF, LATCF.
Local assistance
What can we call it?
tribal or local.
So how much was in the CARES Act?
$145,273 and some change.
So, and then that CARES Act money came as a reimbursement. So that isn't money that was, okay, here, guys, spend it wherever you want.
It's ours to spend,
It's
yeah.
discretionary, I know, but it's like if people come in asking for it, that's money that was
Oh.
reimbursed to us.
Right.
For expenditures that we paid, yeah, that's where us getting it. And so someone looking, well, you've got CARES Act, give us some of that. No, you may not have it, we need it, right?
Well, now we went and got it, they could have went up their own too.
So what's an LAPT, whatever?
There's a million something. NAUI. So what did you pull your LATC? Yeah. Here's that. Put your late. Put your lat. Put your lat. So we budgeted. Okay.
So this is the ARPA money, and that's what we have left in the ARPA money, and this is the LATCF money.
Okay,
The
so
second one. And that's. Confusing. Are you looking, because I don't think, I want to make sure that yeah. So I typed it in there, so don't even look at that. There is the revenue. Is that what you were checking?
I was looking
Revenue
at
or what we,
your actual. So. We have 1,727,188.
We're gonna be doing.
So, and that's including the ARPA stuff.
mm-hmm.
So when you look at here, oh,
Yeah.
I don't know, it might be easier.
It might be
to look at
easier with the other
pencils
ones.
in.
I think you're right.
So the ARPA, we have 556,092,
That's part of the one.
and that's our elevator stuff, right? And then
550, what?
550.
I'm gonna look at 6. See what our ending balance was. I don't know why I lose my little arrow. I cannot find it.
And those. Wireless mouses.
Mine-
Yeah, I lose it
I
all
brought
the
one
time.
from home.
Yeah, I lose it all the time, but if I click, then it reappears.
This is wireless, but it messes with my hearing aids,
Oh,
so I can't use it. Okay, so in what we. So the 556,092 is what our elevator stuff, right? And then. In supplies and capital outlay. There is 400,000 for supplies, and we've given all our money to everyone out of this.
mhm.
Everybody has their funds. This is what's left over. And then capital outlay, we have 600,770.
So, and I can change those numbers, the supply and outlay, or just leave it all in one if you want, or.
No, I think
No,
we need
So-
to,
Leave it.
Okay,
yeah,
so,
because the supplies expenditure stuff, then we can just pay directly out of
Mhm.
that
Well, then you
line
know
item.
Exactly, yeah. No, I.
and that's why I put one in for the capital outlay too, so.
So then we're going
So
to,
capital outlay isn't part of this, is it? That's just another item.
capital outlay is if we wanna do something major, it's in there. You know what I mean? Like if, for example, if you wanted to get the, what is it?
Belly gun?
QRU trucks,
Oh, okay.
that would be like 30-40,000, you pull it out of the capital outlay,
How much was that?
600, why? No. 600,770. So then I see you have transfers out, the COLA and benefit, that's the COLA.
That's the colon.
The COLA, and that's 190,167
Right,
Yeah, for the year.
for this year. And we did anticipate 300,000, but if the need be, if there's still stuff in here progressively, we could always bring more for next year.
Won't that catch up with us?
Hmm?
I mean, once we run all this money, that'll catch up with us on that cost of living, won't it? Like 5 years down the road, if we keep.
Yeah.
Going up and up and up.
That's why we go over it every year, we might not be able to do it.
Mhm.
You know, if we don't have the funds, we just can't do it. What we anticipated, you know, that's why we put that 300. But.
Well, and because of the fact that the cost of living was so high this year. And
right, that's what you were anticipating,
Yeah.
and it might just go back
Yeah.
down to the
it
regular,
might be where
yeah.
we're not gonna need it. We can
That
just
was just
absorb
to
it,
help, yeah.
see what I mean? You guys,
No, I understand totally, I just was thinking.
okay, so we have in the ARPA for the elevator, and then if there's anything that we need. For like, what would be an example in supplies?
Well, then they talk about computers and some of that other.
Well, no, that wouldn't come out of here. But like EMT stuff
Oh,
Yeah.
would come out of the supply part of it.
I get there.
If we were gonna pay for someone's EMT.
Some of their supplies, or the training, is that
Yeah,
what you're
the
talking?
training
Yeah,
and
the
stuff.
training and stuff.
For,
Yeah.
for Peaburg ambulance and Drummond ambulance.
Mhm.
That we would supplement both. Okay.
So we can just pay it directly out of that, yeah.
So what you're looking at, we have 600,000 left in there. For public safety. That we felt we were gonna use for public safety,
Left in LATTO.
yes. But we budgeted. There's actually
Million or something,
1,727,188.
so 1.2
Well,
in the
but-
LACCF and 5.
Subtract that other stuff out, there's
Yeah,
600.
Yeah,
Yeah,
600.
yeah. Okay. And with, we can use the gas tax, which is no longer Barca. Okay,
got something on that one too.
Okay.
We don't have to do, that's why I have to redo things. We don't have to pay out the 20% or 5% or whatever that we have to, the matching portion. We don't have to do that at all. Not even for that 78 that we're, because it's all lumped in. And so
yeah,
I took that out of the bridge. I mean, it's erased from the bridge. We're not taking that out of the bridge. So anyway. Okay, there. That I found out from the gas tax people.
so and then the, so we're gonna take the what? hauling out of there too, we're allowed to do that.
Mhm.
Doesn't come out of road.
And we could have been doing that according to the guy I talked to, but that's all. Under the
Yeah,
bridge.
yeah.
Yeah, so, but where's,
And I got that. How much, how much?
So total budget, 342, 728. So what was budgeted for culverts is
I think there's 30.
30,000 for culverts. And 312,728 for gravel and for roads and streets.
Where we get our culverts from, they're shutting down, it's gonna be tough.
That's how.
The place in Missoula to get culverts from, they're shutting down. Have to come out of buildings now, maybe, hopefully we can get them there.
So are you thinking we should budget more for culverts?
I think we're pretty good right this year, it's just, probably won't be shut down until December and that, and we'll just have to really look and watch them before we do any. Need to, if he's gonna go get some, we really need to, get what we need, though.
So when,
So we got this 312, that's all for this year for gravel, that's what we're gonna make sure we save something. Next year,
we'll see, we'll get money next year too.
I mean, next after January. In the springtime,
Yeah. So when you doubled it, that should take care of it, right?
When you were two,
Well, you've got 312,000, so we don't need to worry about how many you can get, right?
how many what?
How many yards?
Hmm.
Like he ordered, so he only ordered what, 2,000 yards last year, he said,
I don't know, I'd have to go back there.
which it seems,
well, we did, this is a different, another one of years, we got so much rain and the traffic's doubled and just, not make no.
okay, did he only order 2,000?
I thought we got more than that, cause we're buying, we're buying at bulk, instead of last year, we're buying a little bit. So I'm sure he bought more than 2,000 yards, cause we was getting some from Tommy, Donald, Doug, Benson. So I know, yeah, we got more than that. It's
Well, he
just-
kind of said he only did 2,000, and so
That don't sound right, cause there was. I guess, yeah,
well, that's something we need to keep track of.
that's why.
He needs to keep track of that stuff.
That's why he's saying he wanted 2 up here and 2 below.
Doing what?
2,000 up here and 2,000 below.
Is there some way we can have a list of this stuff? Like this year, we took 2,000 from whoever up here at Benson, and 2,000 from Weaver or whatever. And then kept track of it, so.
Well, we don't even know if we're getting a total, I mean, do we go right to 2,000 yards or we
We
pay?
had a nice little
Okay, it
chart
would
that has
be-
all of the things and the.
It would be in gas tax, right? How much gravel we,
Yeah, but like
So-
if there, I see what you're saying, if he had a nice little graph and he could just write down, I've got. 10 yards from Patriot today, and he just
I mean, we
take
can
down,
look
and-
it up and show, I mean, cause we have.
but then you'd be able to.
It'd be a lot easier if we had just had a running total.
Mhm.
okay,
Which,
so
I mean, you
last
can't
year
look
it
it up.
looks like 22, 23 was 126, 631 was expended for just gravel, right? It wasn't, and hauling it was taken out of the road and bridge, right?
And I think we had,
Should have been,
yes, yes.
that's what I read, okay, so.
So it's 312, it's just gravel, not hauling?
Gravel
Yes,
and hauling.
and hauling.
Yeah.
So last year we expended 126 just for gravel.
If that's, yeah,
That's what's
How much?
126, 631, so that's way more than 2,000 yards or 2,000.
Divide that by 14, 13 or 12 or something.
So where'd that come from?
do I still have money?
Yeah, what did we do with that?
I don't know. everything that's not highlighted would be the gravel.
It'd been 142 just on 2,000 yards at $14 would have come to 142, and you said 160, so we went over they got more than 2,000 yards last year.
It'd be how much?
Well, I just threw in fast one at 2,000 yards divided by 14, come to 142,000, and we expended what?
126.
So where's the other, so it must not have got 2,000. But we didn't buy, I mean, we just bought little bits, we never did no big chunks, that's what's the problem is, I mean, we just keep patching. This quarter mile, whatever, we're not, and that's why this year we're saying, you gotta go and go.
So what this year you're saying is gonna stockpile some, so it'll be there, right?
That's what they're trying to talk, I don't know, but it seems like that just gets mixed up. I lose it, you know, I mean, we stockpiled, we bought 4 on each side.
Yeah.
And we stockpiled it and then we all forgot about it and.
Well, we never know, cause then sometimes there's washouts and they go and take some out of that, if we stockpile and we don't know, it don't go to us. What we're thinking it did too, but they had to use it or go buy more.
What part of this don't I understand that we don't know?
We don't know where it's going for sure.
And that's why there should be some kind of a paper trail.
Yeah, something saying like we're gonna go, I'm just saying, we're going up Henderson, we're going up 2 miles, we're laying. That's what we just gotta start having, so we know. Like you said before, then when people call and say, well, we put this much on Henderson Road, we put this much up here, you know, it's just, we gotta have a paper trail showing where it's going.
And that's where we'd have that paper trail and we could start indexing it, but it's up to Paul to tell us where he's put it. And that's
This year,
not
I
happening.
think this year will be a lot easier, and I'm not sticking up for him, but I think it'll be a lot easier, cause we're gonna do bigger jobs. So then we'll know, you know, he's gonna say, well, we need the trucks, they're going all out here, and we're gonna be here a week or whatever, and so many yards are going on 1.5 mile or 2 mile road, like say in the upper road creek or something. Gravel that.
Well, can't we have something here with Billy, and so then Paul comes in here once a week or whatever?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
right down.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by indexing.
Yeah.
And what road it went on.
It's not like he has to take care of it, that's. I don't
Well,
think
it
we'll
should.
get that. But if he comes in here and we have something here for Billy and he just.
Yeah.
Just
like,
He tells
you don't have to
When
take
he
care of
comes in,
it. We'll let one of us take
when he
care of it.
comes in every week or that, we say, well, you took how much gravel out of this and where to go, and then we write it down, we have it on the record.
Yeah, but he's not here every week.
And he's got a big, just.
I think just have him come in, give it to her, and then we'll have a running total.
Yeah, I can just make you a spreadsheet and give it to you.
We just gotta know where it's
I think
going.
if you had
it
a
on the drive.
spreadsheet that was, he could fill it out.
Yeah, just keep it on the.
Yeah.
Pull it up.
When it divide 126, 631 by the 14, see how many yards we got.
I found something from last year in the minute.
What was it,
126, 631.
Trying to figure out how many actually.
Yeah, it's like 9,000 yards. That's not good.
What are you doing?
Would that give you the total yards?
9,000 yards, you're saying. There's
How do we
126
put
divided by
9,000?
Well, that'd be about right, though. 9,000 yards with 12600, you know.
I'm lost.
Last
We're
year,
dividing that, what we spent for gravel last year by 14, just an average.
Okay, so I'm assuming 126, 631
Mhm.
is what we spent
And that
last
comes
year.
up to 9,000 yards.
9,000 yards.
Yep, 9,000. I was just went to 126, just comes to 9,000.
Can we get a copy of the yardage? Do you have it handy? Because remember she split it.
There's gonna be 4 or 5 different people.
Yeah, she did. She put it.
Yeah, no, I just.
in your minutes last year in May, you guys talk about getting gravel from Ed McLean and he says he'll charge you like $12 a yard. And then it's that you guys go on and on about bidding it out or not bidding it out, but you say you'll just get it 1,000 yards at a time, so you don't have to bid it out.
Yeah. That's what.
So that's what you did last year.
Cause like up on the claim, we don't, you know, we only get sometimes 50 yards or something, just cause it's just little patches that we need to fill in a culvert or. It's just, like you say, you have to have a paper trail and actually what's going on, where the stuff's going and.
Well, and that's
See it now.
the main reason for that is when they come in and say. You didn't gravel my road, and you can go right to it and say, yes, we did, right here.
Cause otherwise we sit here and just look dumber than hell.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not sure, we thought we, like me, a lot of times, I want, thought we did.
Well.
But I don't, if you don't have the proof of it, you can't
Yeah.
argue it back.
Do you know what I
I
would
understand
like?
what you're saying. huh?
If at some point, you know what I would like if all this, I think it would play into this once it's all got up and going, is having an idea of like in the summertime, what their plan is. Because so many of the calls for people on their roads come in here, and especially if they're out working in the road department, they'll call the road department and not get through, so then they'll call the commissioner's office and be like, my road is in this condition or that condition, so if I can field some of those calls, so they're not just going to a voicemail or, you know, and be like, oh, it looks like they have you on their schedule tentatively for. It would be nice.
That'd help.
And we can't be laying it all on Billy either when it is Paul's responsibility.
I know.
He needs to be accountable.
Okay, not changing the subject, I asked Wayne, because I was wondering about the dome and stuff. And he texted back, Dave texted back that the dome skirt project is coming along, but taking longer than we'd all hoped because of all the custom built pieces. I had to remake several pieces, should have them ready by Thursday morning for install. I'm not dragging my feet on it. It's a lot more difficult than I expected. He said he was dragging his feet.
And he probably quoted wrong when he's gonna need more money.
I have all the material for the curb drain, but have been focused on the dome skirt project first. It won't take long to get it done once the dome thing is done. And yes, I did say, I think he's dragging his feet. I'm gonna say that. I just. Gotta get this done. Winter's here. I mean, we gotta still get electricity ran. We got, I mean, there's, and then that dome, I mean.
So I think that, you know, and we're paying for it and the city's letting us, and it's actually the city's responsibility. But I
They're
think
going halves with us.
half,
Yep, they said they'd go halves.
so, but they need
Still.
to be more diligent about draining or cleaning that drain right there, so it drains better. Which I know this is really bad, it shouldn't come across the
But
road
this
like
should
it
help a
does.
big time, Blanche, cause it'll be heated and it won't be filling up the ice and it's, you know, where we try to walk through and it's that damn deep and. And when it gets cleaned off there, I think maybe the janitor or whatever went out there with a side by side, maybe they could push it away a little, you know, if she stays on the sidewalk, maybe jump off there and push that out in the street a little bit. It's just an idea.
Really? That's not in her job description. I'm being facetious.
But I'm just saying, you know, I just thought I better read that to you, cause I told Lynn, it seems like he's dragging.
Okay.
So that's me. I don't.
Well, the one thing Blaine keeps offering, I'll talk to Dave, that's not a.
He does a good job, but if he's gonna do something, we gotta put time limits on stuff. We can't just sit here and I mean, I know the weather permitting and so on, but there's just stuff that we're gonna do, we gotta put time. That's the way it's gonna be. Like that building, you know, they moved it a little bit, it needs to be redone. Look at the back end of it, just right high off the ground, and boards coming off. I mean, there's. Anyway, back on that road deal, no, I think he needs to have something, so we know what's going on, so when people do ask or come in, if he ain't here, we can actually go, no, we did this. Otherwise, you know, they eat us alive, and then we sit here and look at each other like. We have to get hold of Paul, and then it's a week later, and then it's all of a sudden it's, yeah, no, we need better.
So looking at, I guess, August August, time cards. It should be where we could start indexing what road they worked on,
Supposed to be on.
because it's supposed to be on there for August. where
I
they
haven't
worked.
looked at any of
Yeah.
you. Have you?
And that needs to be indexed into kind of a road book type thing as a start.
Yeah.
And then, that Carol, or what was her name?
Oh, Carol, Carol Bouquet.
She was willing to, do a spreadsheet for us, and then she visited with Sarah, and Sarah said that Matt can go in there and make us a kind of a map thing right out of the program, showing what the roads are.
She said she donated. If we get it from Matt and that extra work he charges for, so why wouldn't we have somebody that said they'll do it?
How is she gonna know? Unless we have the roads.
I just, we pay a lot of mapping already, but I just.
But we have, there is 25 cents for every document that's put of record that goes into a fund where if we have special projects that we have him do for the county, it can be paid out of that fund, and it's, what is it?
Good thing you're here. Oh,
I still go back on that other, I know what you're talking about, but we need to know where this stuff's going, what they're doing, so we can actually answer to the problem. It makes it easier on our lives. And it won't be that much more work. It has to be done.
Need to put more work on Billy, because she look at those timesheets and it might help her make a spreadsheet and putting this stuff on. And then get it going.
Well, we didn't designate Billy to do that. I mean,
No,
that's
but we're gonna ask her.
that's
to-
kind of a payroll thing.
We're kind of. I'm sorry. Huh?
Chairman.
Well, Billy wouldn't mind it just once a month, just only 6 guys, a guy could look quick and.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's.
Oh, see if it works.
Well, it needs, yeah.
I know you got a bunch on your plate already, but.
You're fine, yeah, we'll find a process.
So
Make it
like
work.
with,
It'd sure help us.
I'm not
Yeah.
so sure that Carol was setting up a spreadsheet with the volunteering to set up a spreadsheet. So that you could,
That's what she
just
said.
plunk it in easy enough.
She said she'd volunteer and do it all.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah, if we get,
but if it's something that
A road.
Matt can pull right out, which he should be able to.
Yeah. Then give it to her and let her do the rest of it, so we don't have to pay him. Pull it out and. You seem to be. Why are you making everything so hard? You're hurting my brain and that little 4 things is smoky.
So when you visited with Carol on the, she was off volunteering to do a spreadsheet for,
Roads.
like for the roads, for the county roads. Carol,
Okay.
okay,
she said she talked with you and
Linda,
Carol Bouquet.
Oh, okay. I've never noticed. There was something that Matt is trying to get together that he would send as an Excel, and I need to follow up with him. And because I heard from him like 2 weeks ago, and then he was gonna be back in wherever, and he hasn't sent anything, so I will email him. Ask him again. And I just kind of ask him whatever she is asking. I'm not, but whatever he has is gonna be in Excel.
so the starting the index plan. Did they, on their time cards, on their second sheets, did they put what road they worked on? Did she put it away already?
I had to go, because what I did was, we were just that first, going back to the gravel. The first one that we did, we were just pulling up. The people, and I
Oh,
don't know
okay.
where that one is again. And so I just pulled up from last year's. And there's 1,000 yard, there's 1,000 yard, I don't know, it looks like it's yard, but she didn't put down. You'd have to go back and look at those, and then I'm sure that there was still stuff. Here's August of 23.
There's no,
No, it's just the road.
That's all right.
Just
okay,
the
so
road.
they're at least putting the road, right?
Yeah,
What road they work on.
Yeah.
and that's for August.
That's
So
what we
that right
wanted.
there is
That's
the
what-
start,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what we wanted. Now, all he's gotta do is, start saying how much gravel went to this road, and if this week they worked on this road, and then there went 5,000 yards, and at least that way we have it knowing what's going, and like that cold patching, and we just need to know what's going on so we can answer these people, because it's embarrassing when they come in, we can't even, we don't know.
Well, then you get an answer on their time cards. That's no answer. Sorry. So,
So anyway,
okay, they're doing that. That's good.
Good. That's, cause then, actually, every week, we could have this in here and look at that. And then if there's questions, say, well, did you get done here? Did you get rained out on it? I mean, I think it'd be awesome to have this in here every week when Paul's here, and then we can sit here and look through it, and, you know, once we get caught up, it'd be pretty simple to stay with it if we have this every
Yeah.
week. And then we actually, I gotta know what's going on.
Yeah.
so
Is
yeah,
that-
it looks like.
Then we don't have to do
Where
a whole
they're
bunch
putting
more
more gravel,
extra.
but they just put
Yeah,
how much.
just pull one of those every week.
We should be able to have
Yeah, we need to
have
know.
blank pieces of paper in there that then we can write on there, and some of it will have on record, but you know, and then we can put stuff in there, so then we can, well, did you get this or did you finish that? Yeah.
Kind of a
we just need
communication
to have
log.
that out here every week.
Yeah, it's called micromanaging.
I'm not.
No,
That is-
no.
Called
That's
tangent.
not
And
It's
it isn't
just-
micromanaging. It's something that we need.
It's communication.
We
Documentation.
have to have answers, and we
It's,
don't.
this is what I mean. It would be considered, but it's documentation of where this is going
So.
is what we need.
And communication.
So
Yeah.
apparently then,
Every month, right? Or
And
every
then
week.
if you find that there's something else that you would like them to have, I mean, Becky can
Well, did we get any
revamp the
time
thing
cards
so
every,
that.
every
no,
week?
it's a monthly.
Okay.
Is it gonna go to bi-weekly
Yeah,
or semi-monthly?
we voted on it.
She
said we
said-
would.
She's
She
looking
was gonna
into
bring
it.
a presentation. She said she'll have it soon for you guys.
And that's about the time cards thing,
Yeah.
and that's just
Well,
that's the
each hour.
initial start is doing the electronic time cards. And then it's after doing that and seeing how that goes, whether it can go into the.
No, I don't think
She's
it had
talked to her
anything about
about that.
electronic time cards. It was going to semi-monthly pay.
And she brought up time cards too.
Yeah.
So the first part of it, that from my understanding is that it's looking into doing, that's the presentation that she's gonna bring in is the. Yeah,
I think
electronic.
This is caught up through the end of August, right? Isn't that what you just?
Yeah, so now September they'll
So
start.
next week, we'll pull that down. We'll go through, you know, we'll go through it. And then we'll say,
Well,
okay,
these are, they do this is for August.
yeah, no, but I mean, we're in next week, we can look at it during the road thing, and then we can ask. Well, did you take any gravel there? Did you take oil there? Or
Oh.
what? So we can kind of start knowing exactly where this is going, because then we can read and say, well, they're on Rumpy Road. What'd you use all up there? Did you end up hauling gravel? Did you take dust bait? Put culvert in?
And I
Well,
can,
That's
I
all
know.
past.
That's what?
This is
That,
past,
that's all
Yeah.
that's in the
past.
past,
That's,
and we don't get anything until the end of the month.
Yeah, but
What
I
they've
mean, we
done.
can look, at least get started on it there and knowing what's going on through the month. We're gonna be a month behind, but yet we'll still be able to keep reading and going. I mean, it's a start.
Yeah, no, we really need to, it needs to
and
be-
as you do it, you'll
It'll
figure
get
out better
better.
ways of, and what questions.
yeah. So, apparently then, what we said, we didn't really give a limit to gravel, we said to buy it
1,000 yards at a time.
Back then.
That's, yeah, what your
Now, like
minutes
this
say.
Jacob, he's gone, right? This kid's the one that's gone now, he's a part-time kid.
Oh, yep, looks like he.
I
That was
don't
the
know,
last
I
day.
don't know what that even means in line.
He was on Black Pine all the way through that, he just didn't wanna write it down,
Fair.
but here's the date that he was doing
Okay.
those. So
I mean,
it shows that
there
he
you
was
can
there to watch
actually
it.
go back to, so we had this Jacob. Whatever his name, Aaron, cold patching for 10 hours in Bear Gulch. And then look and see, that was August 1st. And we can look through and see who was with him, because usually there was 2 of them. Yeah, here it's like 8 first Brad Holland run water truck and mag truck on Duncan Fur. At least we know. I mean, it's a start. He's a lot Creek. Yeah, here's David Peterson. He was on Bear Gulch coal patching. And then the next day was dirt patching. So him and Jacob working together. So now see, we're finding out where they were and what they did. I mean, somebody come in and said, well, no, we got this. It's a start.
And what I'm saying is that each road, when they say
Who's
we didn't
David
work
Stone?
on,
Who's David Stone?
He's the one we just hired.
that's the temporary person. A new temporary person that took over.
Who took over the guy that flips? Remember the
That guy, the temporary one.
Okay.
Mhm.
So we probably want to try to keep him on around, right? Instead of Tim.
Yeah, you have
My
12
person,
months to
is
make that decision,
Because
yeah.
I know I was gone when you guys hired him or whatever, but if he's fitting in, why don't we keep him? I mean, we lost that other guy, we hired, we lost him, and this other kid's gone, so.
Well, the one that we hired, the 2 that we hired, the one was in anticipation of someone retiring. Do we have someone retiring?
We keep getting told that, but I mean, I think
Yeah,
these guys,
Because otherwise you've hired an extra person that.
And you can keep this person that's temporary for 12 months. I think we
Oh.
hired in August, so you have a whole
well, I think we
year.
better, I mean, this is, I don't care, and I'm sorry, but I mean, I think as long as we got help, we better keep them, because we're so damn far behind, and then there you go, there might be the extra one to run them over. You know, I mean, he's gonna have to start farming these guys out.
Then if you're gonna do that, he's temporary, you can't hire him, we have to put it out. And he has to apply for it.
How long? 12,
You have 12 months though.
12 months temporary,
So in 12 months,
then we can put it out, we're happy,
Okay.
let's keep it for 12 months.
so
Yeah.
for 12 months, he has no benefits.
But yeah, I mean, if you have an opportunity before then, you should, because
Yeah.
Well, Why
Like
don't we,
Lynch said.
why don't we hire him?
Well, you have to put it out because he
Right.
was hired to replace
True.
your temporary person,
Okay.
your
I should.
student.
Well, why wouldn't we just go ahead and, this is me, I'm not saying us, but.
Yeah.
Cause we lost, and we're supposed to have one retire and keep getting told now, but I mean. We're already breaking him in, why wouldn't we hire him and keep him?
give
Well,
you
I think we
benefits.
need. Because you're a full crew with this temporary person. The reason you hired the 2 was in anticipation of someone retiring.
Yeah,
So I think you need to
and we just.
anticipate, you need to find out if someone's going to retire and then hire
Or hire,
in the anticipation that they're retiring.
well, we got.
I don't think we can go in and say, well, we're just gonna hire you.
We can touch base though.
I saw shit, he's been around for months and better, that he's learning the tricks and trades, and if he's doing good, so hard to find anybody,
And this person, this temporary person doesn't have a CDL.
But he can get it, I didn't work on it, so we're done.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm not arguing, I get, but if he's willing to go ahead and go for that, get a CDL, wait a minute. I don't know, I'm just looking at.
Okay, because she doesn't have it in the budget
Well, no,
for the benefit side of that temporary
Yes.
person. And so,
what would it be, what would it cost for, from now until the end, until next budget to have him as full time? Is that hard to figure out?
well, she'd have to add. You'd have to have PRS and insurance
It's
and,
adding a lot, but I'm just afraid, glad that, you know, we ran it for darn near a year, we never had nobody, and finally that David guy, and. I don't even know who this other one is or anything, and I haven't seen it, but obviously they must be doing good instead of.
okay, so this is the question though. Are you hiring him in anticipation of a retiree, and when that retiree retires, then the crew is full again?
Correct. So, how do you go out and ask them, are you we keep asking every year, And we getting told every year, yes, but then all of a sudden it's like he gets talked into the winter, let's get him through the winter. And I mean, I'm not trying to get rid of nobody, but.
No. Well, neither am I, but what you're saying is maybe this one person that says he's gonna be gone. Decides he's gonna work 5 more years, and so does the other person 5 more years. So you've hired someone
I see what you're saying.
in anticipation, and that person doesn't retire.
Well, how does
And
it-
that's kind of, if you ask me, illegal.
Oh,
You see what I mean?
mhm.
Because you
Yeah,
just
but-
added a crew member, and that's called,
Well, how
that's
does
not,
How does he feel about?
well, I don't know if it's illegal, but it kind of is, because you have a budget. There's no
How-
transparency there. You're using the excuse that, okay, he's gonna become full-time when that person retires, but we don't know when that person's gonna retire.
Well, how does he feel about working now? Who knows a guy? How's he feel about the way it's working now with him? Is he comfortable about staying, temporary or?
Well, here's the thing, this is what I understood, is that Paul was hiring him to finish up because you put the, you had that seasonal guy, you had the summer guy come in, and because he had to go back to school, Paul was hiring him to finish what the summer guy was going to do, but then it turned into, okay, he could be temporary and you can be temporary for 12 months. So then all of a sudden it was a 12-month deal. That's what I understood
I understand,
happened.
I totally understand what you're saying, alls I'm just trying to see.
I mean, if you're going to do this, then it has to be, and it has to be settled today, that that person, because you hired him as temporary, it's gonna have to be put out there again and advertised, and he would apply for it, and then you would have a full-time position, but you're adding another crew member. So then what does that mean when someone retires? Oh,
No, we
he's
don't.
retired, we'll add another crew member.
Now.
Where are we with this?
See, I see what you're saying by how it's piggybacking back and back, but once. We know that one of these are gonna retire and the other one's not. Yeah, I mean, I can't be talking.
Which understandable. Our crew doesn't seem to be able to get the work done because there's not enough crew members. Right?
Yeah, cause we're.
Well, they're
taking
doing
on-
good, but I can't get everything done.
No, cause we took on more and then plus we got some more coming, we got, like right now, the patching's gonna be getting done, but if they could throw that temporary. Kid guy, whatever, into the lawn mowing business. Start mowing this stuff,
So- Yeah, like one road we did, we put, Stewart Lake Road is on the maintenance now. Up to a certain point, and it is,
Not very close.
not, but it is.
I know, but it's just, that's what I'm trying to say, and we did Black Pine, and we've done a couple other, I mean, we're taking on a little more and more every year, which I know we're gonna have to due to the fact that we're growing. So is it really time to look into having another guy?
Well, that's and you can make that decision today, and Sarah would have to redo the salary stuff. And it would change the road budget
It would
to the
change,
point of, you can't do the levy, but you'd have to pull more money from Pill.
yeah, I'd be pulling more money. from
Balance
Bill.
it out.
And we'd be pulling more
How
money
much
from
would it be a
LATCF.
year?
Huh?
How much would it be a year?
Well, it's gonna be another 15,000 plus whatever that.
Well, that's what I'm
adds on
trying to
to
figure
the-
out, is it worth trying to do this, not right now, or should we just keep it?
But you have to make or keep them temporary for 12 months, which isn't fair to him if you're gonna keep him on and no one's going to
Well,
retire.
you like to give them, if they're good enough and, gonna keep money, you like to give them the benefits. I know that costs more, but holy shit, if you got somebody that's doing a good job, and obviously must be doing all right, I haven't heard nothing.
So temporary is no benefits, right?
Correct, no benefits, but I think you still accrue PTO and sick and holiday. I think you still get that. You don't get health insurance benefits because you're temporary.
Or you don't have to join PERS.
Correct.
But you still get, do you accrue vacation and sick?
I believe you do.
Do you?
Yeah, I think you just don't get health benefits. One thing though to consider would be cost to train in this, like you have your temporary person right now that you're training. And if at some point, you know, I would just take that into consideration, the amount of money and time.
That's
you're
on the
spending
job training. That's not any extra.
Which is true, but it is an expense. Think about how much more you get done if you have a fully trained crew. Do you know what I mean? I get where you're,
That's
there's
what
a change to it, but I mean, I think that's something
That's
to
what I'm
take into
saying, if
consideration.
not
in
even
the
he's
discussion.
already learning the tricks and trade of everything we're doing, yet sure hate to throw. But when, you know, these, I mean, we're gonna save money, it's costing us money, but it's gonna save us money. It's a hit and miss deal, but it's. I don't know if this guy's willing, does he feel like he wants to stay around?
Well, yeah, he's hoping it's gonna be a full-time job.
Well,
But here's the thing, you still have to put it out.
Yeah.
You would have to apply for it
Yeah.
officially.
I think we should go for it.
I really do, I
We could
guess,
do it
I guess,
internally.
as hard as it is to find people, how many months he's been here now, 2?
Yeah, one, I
One,
think this is
3.
maybe the second month that we're doing right now.
And he's already probably learned about the.
August was his first month.
Yeah, so this will be.
So
his
he's
second
had
month.
his very first paycheck, yeah. So he's got had a month in.
I
I think-
should keep him, I know what.
I
Gonna
think,
try to call Paul.
I tried. I've tried like 15 calls.
so here's another thought too, we had. That one person, the 2 people that were hired and the one person, did he last 1 month or 2 months?
Not even.
And was gone.
Not even-
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying, we hired 2.
And but he didn't have insurance or anything yet, did he? Did he have to wait for the following month?
I think he had.
He had
insurance.
insurance, he had
Yeah.
insurance with his wife, right?
oh, that's right, she, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he had, and see, and that's the thing. I mean, to give them the benefits, that's another big, you know, thank you. From us to them, I mean, it's kind of like a keep them around, I know they all want more and more, but. To start out and to have all that, it's pretty damn good deal.
So,
15,000 just on wages, you said?
No, that's the
Benefits.
insurance is 15, is
A
almost
year.
60, yeah.
So
and then the
what would the-
PERS
Adding
would
into,
be,
and then the PERS is gonna be up and the.
so, I mean,
union
what's the
pension is-
employer's portion of one of those? Do you have it broke down
What
for
would you
each?
make a year and count the PRS?
So you're looking at another 25,000, let's say, for benefits to add.
Cause the salary.
So you've got that person as a full year temporary, right? So if you're gonna,
I just think, I don't know,
So-
we can sit here and go over and over, and I just think a guy should hire the guy.
okay, let's,
Yeah,
on the
put it in the-
temporary
Put
one,
it in the budget, and maybe he doesn't want it, but just have it in the budget.
Just in case he does.
on the temporary one,
Yes.
can you make that person full-time or does he have to?
So here's the thing, they have to go through the competitive process, in order to become a permanent employee as opposed to a temporary employee. So, but, and this is something to check with Blaine, I think this is a position that we could essentially, we would advertise internally, so it would be opened internally. And, we don't necessarily have.
So,
to
and you
open
don't,
publicly.
you
And
honestly
we've
don't
had it
have to
open for a year,
advertise
yeah.
in the paper, you can advertise internally. If that position is filled internally, then you don't have to advertise. So I guess, Sarah, that we need to make that change in the road budget with,
Well, this is why we're doing it, I mean, I know it sucks to go back and be changed and they have full.
well, that's why we're deciding right now.
But I mean, that's just, it's just, I don't know, I just looking at it a little more into the future, if you, at least. If you got somebody who wants to work, cause you can't.
So I guess this would be something is. Give that person 3 months, maybe, and
As-
then put it out or what? Or do we?
I think
wanna
if
put
you
it out?
guys wanted to do it now, I'll talk to Blaine today and we can post it internally and just.
So
get
you
it
wanna.
done. I mean,
you
we
wanna
can.
hire
talk
them
to
now,
Paul.
you wanna put it out internally
We're
for the
crazy if we
position.
don't. I-
And the reason is in case someone retires.
And that we're taking,
Or-
and we're taking on more and more, and we're gonna need more help.
Okay,
I
so-
mean, and we're already training him and stuff, so that's
Okay.
gonna save us thousands of dollars.
So to be transparent, then, let's forget about, he's going to replace a retiree. the reason we're putting it out internally is because we are working on more roads. There's more roads that we have to, and we need another person on the road.
We need, yeah, another hand, cause I mean, it's just like now, where we was talking about, you can take a couple graders down here or grader up there, whatever. And he could be out mowing, these guys should be blading and hauling water, or not even just this guy, I mean, at least he's gonna have people he can move and. Have an extra hand there's gonna help.
Well, I don't think this guy can you drive a water truck, or do you have to have a CDL to drive a water truck?
I think they can be trained in one or something, I think he has to get a CDL, but driving that tractor, there's a perfect job for him doing that, the dirt patcher, you don't have to, anything under 27,000, you don't have to. He can run loader, mix salt, he can, all that shit, but yet start training to get your CDL. And if we hire him, this is what we have to tell him, you got so long before you get your CDL. Is that game? I ain't kidding, I'm just afraid if we don't get somebody, you know, it was darn near a year before we got them other two in one state. You know, I mean, I don't know, maybe, if I'm wrong, say it.
No, I truly understand that.
You gotta look
Yeah,
at it
there
as
probably needs.
I know, we look at it as a money thing, but you gotta look at it the business side too, if we're gonna keep doing stuff, I know it's gonna cost, but. If we're in the business to take care of all this stuff, I mean, we don't have enough people do it, we're getting.
Well, that's the same thing. We don't wanna cut corners either. Just to try to save a little bit of money. If the job needs more, then it needs more, then we need to get the job done correctly.
Yeah, I think we're all in agree that we're doing better, and that's why we're giving him more gravel. Instead of buying a little bit and piece here,
Yeah.
pick just a little piece here, extend it out, make it go to where we should have went, instead of telling him, no, you only go this far, right? What do you think, Chuck? I know I'm babbling,
I think we should hire somebody, yeah. We're gonna have to do it anyway. Aren't we, if somebody retires?
Then we don't have to
And
hire.
then, yeah.
And then they're
we're-
trained.
We're
We
down.
gotta go through the whole process and.
And then how long will it take? At least we already got some months and stuff into it.
How's it going?
Good.
My brain's about done for the day.
I hear you. I got the exhibit for that resolution. I have an email into Murray Green to double check the numbers, but this is using her formula. There was, increased taxes were 124,892, which is
Wow,
very reasonable for
yeah.
what you guys did there. So it has to, now by statute, you have to say what a house valued at 100,000, 200,000, 600,000 and pay extra.
Wow. Question. If a position that was hired is temporary, they want to look at making that a full-time permanent role, we can just advertise that internally, right?
Correct. That's consistent with the,
And so what, instead of. For more transparency, instead of saying, well, the reason we're hiring him is. We're anticipating someone retiring, but that person. Or persons
yeah.
could wait 5 years before they chose to retire. I mean, they're still young enough where. So we can't really do that either.
It gets a little convoluted when someone else has a preference, because you got another person from the county applying for it. So my advice would be to do interviews, and if you got two people with preferences, interview both of them and decide.
So the one thing policy was that. We could hire internally, would this person be considered an internal employee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This scenario comes up though, is what like we had before, what happens with the second employee comes in.
Like if I wanted to
Yeah,
apply
I'd
for it.
say let them apply and give them, the preference should be that they at least given an interview.
So
Yeah.
if two people internally applied for that one position internally,
Yeah,
then we'd interview both people.
that's my
But
advice.
If only one person
Yeah.
applied internally, we wouldn't have to go out and advertise. We could. we
Then
could
I would,
just- we could
then I'd
hire.
send I send them the letter right away
Yeah.
once the first person, so if it was. Yeah, till filled, then
Yeah.
sure they're done, and then I don't think you need to, I mean, it takes
Do you need
takes the
to-
need of doing any type back or reference check, because you already.
Yeah, you've
already
already done
done
that.
So on this temporary one, did you do the background check and all that stuff?
So we do our drug screening, we do our drug training with DOT, we do all of those things, but no, I don't do a reference check or a background check.
Michelle's willing to do the
So
reference.
she'll do
check.
reference. We
Yeah.
don't have a company that does background checks, which was actually something I wanted to ask you guys at some point. We only
They're
ever,
local.
yeah, we only did reference checks. If we do want to do employment background checks, ChemNet that does our pre-employment drug screenings does offer that, so they can add
But
that.
if this
into our
person's
contract.
already temporary employee. I mean,
Yeah,
And
just
that's-
in,
yeah,
just in the
that's not
future,
needed.
if you wanna
That-
add that.
that
to
might be
what
a-
you do.
That might be an option if some of the, you have multiple people you don't know of or whatever.
Mhm.
How much, I wonder how much it is.
First, I'll show you.
But that's the
But
the
this
way it is.
this
Bummer,
all-
we're changing
I mean,
things.
It's better to do it now than all
Yeah.
of a sudden we're going.
So, you got a second for me to chat? I talked to Scott Cromwell and he's gonna try to get on the
Oh, yeah, he was
agenda
gonna
for next
stop in May.
Tuesday.
Perfect.
So design fees with all of the electrical and structural, there's 99,000. And hey, for their design fees on everything there and on the elevator.
project.
And so I was like,
Oh, yeah, I was thinking.
I was like, commission's decision, but anyone's gonna be
Yeah.
that money, and he's the
No.
only one we could find, so, but
How long did we look for an elevator person and we still never?
Years, since I've been in here,
Yeah.
cause there was like $80,000 that was sat in there. Or 60 or something,
Well-
since I,
well, we put it out for you talking about architect, engineer. Yeah, we put it out twice, I think twice, maybe even a third time.
There was that lady that came and walked through.
We asked, Mike Foley's daughter is an architect and she doesn't do a whole lot of commercial.
Yeah.
or
Yeah, and we
government
didn't,
buildings.
so.
It's he's doing, Slate's also doing the MBT, the new. What bill is it for gravel or what is it? It's like building.
Oh, cool.
Where at?
one we already
Right down
got
in the
stuff.
state
in
shop, by the
that
state
thing,
shop.
so-
Okay, so this is the kind of. Slate, that's Slate, right?
Yeah,
Okay, we've already hired Slate, correct?
correct to look at, but haven't signed a task order on for the design. So this is your task order on the
Okay,
design.
so and this is something that we're going to approve, right?
Right.
Okay.
So it'll be on the agenda next
Yeah.
week. Another thing he said, he's still still in the works for this to be a winter project.
Yeah.
And he has potential contractors that are interested.
Wow.
That's
One thing I asked him, I go, is like, is it hard to get materials and supplies? He goes, the electrical will be the hard side, but he goes, he's fairly optimistic. I mean, can't guarantee it.
So
Don't
we-
want it to go on and on and on,
That's
but
exciting.
So and then we still have elevator money in the capital project. Besides that 550,000,
Mhm.
and
I don't know.
the other thing I was hoping to too is I asked him how much does he think it'll come in for, and he goes, we'll know more here soon, but having that LATCF as a backup too is good, but hopefully you don't need to.
How much did we
Touch
have
that.
in ARPA funds? 350,000, 370,000?
We have 550,000.
550,
Yeah,
plus you
Oh.
have what was set aside for the elevator already, right?
yeah,
That's, what'd you say that was?
don't we?
300,000?
I don't know.
And then the public safety stuff is back. I don't know, hopefully you don't get there, but stuff is so expensive, and now is the time to do it before it keeps.
So
Fine.
what do we do? We get back to it. In the LATC,
CEF,
there's 550,000 something ARPA money. That we've set aside for the elevator.
Okay,
And then there's 400,000 that is in a line item for expenditures for supplies. And then there's 600,000 something for capital outlay.
oh, okay, capital outlay. Which you have multiple projects you were thinking of there.
So no, that capital project, yeah, we're
Mhm.
anticipating them.
Like if you had to do the I'm just thinking like, yeah,
It's in there.
yeah.
Can we get back to gas tax?
Get back.
The brass tacks.
I said gas
I
tax.
know.
Back to, did I goof it?
No, you did, I was joking.
We spent 126,631.
9,000.
Okay, and we have 342,728. And we're planning on getting more gravel. And that 126,631, we did not pay out for contracting for hauling it.
Because that come out of the other, so we'll be all right on the buying some gravel, we're just, we gotta make sure on the hauling, that we got enough in there to cover the.
Well, see, that's the thing, with 342, well, I guess it'd be all right, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
342 versus 126, it's like double the ones.
Cause we don't plan on getting it all this year, either, so it'll carry over, because we ain't gonna have time to get it.
But we have efficient, and then like last year, we carried over 91,731. Listen to me.
The squirrels are going.
I'm still on this, hiring this guy. I don't know why it's just.
So last year, we didn't spend it all either. We had $91,731 left over, which we started out with for the new fiscal year. And then 56,766 for gas tax, plus blah, 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 coming to 172, 177. And then the Barca, which will be no longer 78,820, so 342, 728.
So we're good on gravel.
And that's,
So that should be where we could, the gravel and hauling. Okay.
We can use some of it, yeah. Hopefully they don't go over. I don't think we will. We gotta really watch. We just need to hit, like you said, the spots it should have been. Instead of patching, that's.
Okay, when we get the road back, do we want to look at it some more? And
I don't think, also, you gotta look at it, in my opinion, is this,
are we in agreement that,
higher than that guy.
what about those little puppy guys that fall behind the truck? What do they call them?
Belly dump? No, pups.
Yeah, pups. Instead of
You haul half-
belly dumps.
you haul half the load and nothing good. We're not made for pups. Sorry.
The trucks aren't made for
No,
pups.
no, I mean, they're just not in our business. That's a whole different setup. You need, if you're gonna do something, you gotta be hauling 12 yards or 13, whatever you get, and if you have, yeah, we'd have to change our loaders, and I mean, just pups aren't, I don't.
Okay, so this year we'll, being we have 342, 728, we'll go ahead and address the hauling through gas tax. And look at this again next year for pup tents. Pup tents.
Belly dump?
Belly.
Well, he said they're like 80,000 a piece for new ones, but I don't think you, maybe they might some good ones going on. Now, we need to find some of them down.
Well, what's your decision on that? What do you want to do?
Get 'em
That's
this year.
between, I am recommending we wait and get out of debt. But if you two recommend something else, then it needs to be settled today and put in the budget.
I think we need to look not at new ones. I don't agree with buying the new ones. There's a good used ones out there of some of these rental places, and I don't know how you estimate them or for what it'd be worth to put in the budget. So yes, I'm agreeing with you. We should wait and see. Cause we've asked, and he just told me yesterday, I think it was, just say 80,000 a piece. Well, that just, you can't.
Who said that?
Oh, cause I asked him, well, how much would they cost? I mean, it's hard for us.
He told us, last spring, he said like 50,000 for good use. I remember
So,
40, 50, so let's just put 100 out of fill in there, we can do it. And
if we can do it, if we find a reasonable price,
If we
on
can.
some good ones, or
Find
not,
some
let's
good
see,
news.
then we don't, let's not make sure that we spend it, let's look and see. If we find some good ones, at least we're budgeted to go get them,
Okay.
then we don't have to do another line.
Then do you want to leave that line item in there? I don't think Sarah took it out. Where we put a separate line item just for the contracting of hauling.
That was
There
it,
was an amount. in there and make sure that's still in there and just leave it in there. And that in itself is going to give a little bit of crutch or crust for, to help with that we don't go over budget.
Well, I
In case
think,
we have to do a line in my credits.
I think Chuck and I both agree that, yeah, just this way, at least we budget to and say there's an option coming, might find one for 20,000, then a couple months later, might want one for 40. Let's just, we don't need new ones, we don't.
But the ones that we have are not repairable.
They're so old and they're,
So,
we broke the
can we-
cups in those and.
Can we scrap them and get the scrap fee and get?
You know, somebody might buy, I think people will buy them. I
Put 'em
think
up for auction?
Put them out for
Auction.
auction.
Put 'em out there for, yeah.
Get rid of ours, let somebody else have it.
I do agenda item and then I put them
Dominoes that I.
Which was it?
So we gotta
on
change
selling
the,
those. Selling them.
the amounts that come in for the permissive
They
levy,
call it extra.
because we're gonna have an additional
Right.
person.
Surplus
So-
property.
Surplus.
Yeah, that one. I'm changing the LATC app,
We're
I'm
thinking
changing.
about putting 100,000 out of building a line item for the contracted services.
So you kept the line item for the contracted services for hauling?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, it's still.
Yeah, it's
We
still in
get,
there.
that way we have a line item there and we make sure that that just.
Yeah,
stays
it's
for-
still in there. It's in there.
It's still there.
So what
Belly dump?
happened with,
You don't wanna put belly dump in there?
No, you just put it.
we'll just leave that amount in there, that line item amount. How much was in there, 160 or something like that?
Which one are we talking about?
The one
Sorry.
for the hauling, the truck hauling stuff in the road.
Contracted service.
In the road, just 100,000.
Just
So there was
100,000.
200 in the roads and streets, and so I just split the 200 evenly between roads and streets
That
and
way we
the
don't have to
361.
redo it all, it's still right there, like
Is
you're
that-
saying,
okay.
it's there,
I-
and
So what's happening with Sarah is that once we decided that we're gonna put this person upon hiring, with all the benefits, it's like a domino effect and it's gonna hit the permissive levy and it's gonna hit PERS and it's going to hit the health insurance.
yeah. we knew
So
that.
she's gonna have to change all those.
I have to change that, yeah.
Well, that's why I was asking how much it would cost and what it was gonna be.
Okay, is it gonna change the levy? It isn't gonna change.
No.
No, the levies,
no, because we-
all it does, it changes how much we pull out of PILT. That's what it's
Yeah.
gonna change.
Well, we
It's gonna
knew that.
up that, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only thing it'll
Yeah.
change. Well, along with the revenue for the health insurance, the thing that I gotta go with.
One question on that rack we're gonna apply for, did you get
Yeah.
that budgeted?
I haven't seen anything come from that, the Forest.
Well, we
Service
need
would
to budget
commit
for
on
it.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
The match
50,000,
on that,
right?
50.
75.
For what,
100,
what Paul said on the,
120.
Paul had an amount there that, for doing that, the road, that, for doing that road.
He was saying like 130,000.
I don't remember.
The one that you do flap on. That,
Oh.
Oh.
to,
The Forest Service.
yeah, but you're gonna apply, the thought was
For the
apply for
rack.
rack money on that, so you gotta budget that.
See, and I don't agree with putting back on that. There's these
Yeah.
other people tried to get rack for and they get took for other stuff and then the Forest Service used our rack.
Yeah.
And made it look like they did the company.
Yeah. But Sarah brought it up, so,
No, and,
Sarah Rouse,
Okay.
Sarah Rouse, not you.
okay, so we said we wanna do this because, and this is the time of year that we need to do it. That we're gonna apply for that rack fund.
You'd have to ask Paul what is the dollar
Yeah.
amount was.
You have
We
to budget
get-
for that, even though.
Yeah,
we
so-
get it?
There is,
Yeah, you still,
there is
still
a
anticipate.
fund, a rack
Yeah.
fund, I think. An old rack fund.
What-
It's
what
an
area?
old that you
Why don't
could
you like
probably,
it rack?
I think we wanna do rack, but I don't think we wanna just.
okay, so here's what we can do. Okay. So we'd have to budget. In a fund, which is, there's a rack fund, and we're gonna anticipate 100 and we're gonna anticipate 50 from rack. And we have to anticipate the balance from wherever, but it has to be budgeted, right?
Yeah,
So it has to be in the budget, it has to be set.
but I can't remember how much he said though.
Wait a minute, Only 50 from rack?
Is that all we get?
No, you can ask for
You can
more.
ask
Oh, you can ask for the whole amount?
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought you could
Yeah.
only ask.
yeah, you can ask.
We're not putting any
I'll
money.
go
in.
find it. He
And then
said,
you don't get it, don't get the rack,
So
then you
you
don't have
want
to
an
do the project.
expenditure to revenue out of a rack fund that I will find and I put 130 on it.
We don't.
There's
get
a rack.
We don't
I'll
have
find
the
it.
money to.
But
No,
it's just
okay.
anticipating, it. So if you don't get the money, you don't do the
It's
project. You're
I'll
not,
find it.
you're not committing to do the project, you're just anticipating you're gonna get
That's how
that.
we did it the last time, and then the money went into some study on something
Yeah,
else, and
but
we were trying to
then-
get the Stony Bridge.
Then you just don't use it, yeah. you just
but
don't do the
wasn't the ball dropped at one time where you didn't get it, the application in timely?
No,
Don't we need to make sure we're on top of that to apply
we
for it?
folded it down one time too. I know Slaughter and
I
I.
think-
Finally talked to them, and we voted it down, because I
Yeah,
just couldn't
okay.
see why we spend that
So
much.
did you get
on
a hold
it.
of Sarah?
They're the ones
Perhaps.
pushing us to go get it, I don't think.
Yeah.
But we're not gonna vote this time, right?
Well, we-
There's just no guarantees you get it, because ultimately the forest supervisor, which is actually Cameron now. I
Oh,
think, isn't
that's
he
okay.
the interim, but
We might be.
you never know what kind of projects are out there.
Didn't Paul say 130,000 or did he say? So even, we can always amend it if,
Yeah.
find out the exact amount. But so we,
It probably is in the,
I know, I
Minutes?
was gone when that happened, so
It
it
was
was the
130.
first.
was it, okay,
That's when we,
Yeah.
because remember, I got back after you guys talked
Yeah.
about it, and I got here next week, and I said, why would we put 130
Yeah.
on the road? that ain't-"
yeah, he wanted to do the 130 and for us to go ahead and fix
They
it.
started
Yeah.
talking about, yeah, why would we, when it's not even our road?
And if we wouldn't have gotten money for it.
And that's why we just started buying our gravel for us and fixing our road before we even worried about that. Remember, we talked about
But-
this.
but if you don't get that money, then
Who's
just,
we?
you don't have to
Yeah,
do
if
the
we don't get
project.
it, we don't
Yeah,
do it.
yeah,
I get
yeah,
you.
don't get the rec money, don't do it.
We were all in it, so I do
Good.
remember that.
Good thinking.
Yeah. Glad I reminded you.
Yeah.
Alright, and
Now, what were you saying about the ambulance? What were you saying about the ambulance? You don't think the hospital should take the ambulance?
No,
Why?
From all the things they go through. Turmoils and whatever. You know, and this guy might want it and the next person wouldn't want it.
I think,
But I don't.
so one thing I'm thinking, we've got very interested volunteers now. Is that what you're saying? And we've levied,
Oh.
we've levied now.
No,
So
I understand.
I don't think they could come in and say, and this is where I'm thinking they'll come in and say, we'll take the ambulance, but we want some of your public safety money to do it. Maybe.
Now I see what you're saying.
But if they
Now
want
that
to-
we're budgeting though, we could do them until next year anyway.
Yeah.
We would not
Yeah.
discharge them
Yeah.
from, I mean, holy shit, we begged and what we got. No, yeah, at first I couldn't hear, what are you talking?
Yeah,
There's too
I mean-
many.
For him to come in and say he's gonna take it over, we're gonna say, no, not this year, you're not.
No, because these guys are just getting going. and I
Yeah.
sure don't- no.
We have an ambulance crew, a very good volunteer ambulance
We
crew
are
now
done today.
yeah,
We are done?
yeah.
Oh, we are.
What?
What's that?
You quit mumbling.
Yeah, mumble.
I said, are we done then?
Okay, so we're good then.
So we're good if we have that line item for those belly dumps and.
It's sitting
And
there
the hauling and the gravel
And
and
the new guy.
the new guy.
because what? She threw $100,000. Oh, that's what she had is what it cost us. For contracting, it was like 100,000. So there's plenty in here then.
I think we're good on everything, I mean, what we just check, all these things we've changed. Is that we're putting a ballot on, it's not like we're gonna get them, we don't, maybe tomorrow we find one, you know, I don't. Anyway, but right now, the main thing is, I think we know is we're hiring a new guy or whatever, whatever, you know, I mean, put it internal and. Move on with that, I think we'd be smart that way. It's gonna be tight no matter what. We're just really, really gonna have to watch what we do, you know, where we put stuff and make sure we're putting it on the stuff that we need to get done in our roads and then start worrying about these others.
The new guys too, you know, like this year, we had a guy injured and all that stuff, and it just puts us back and. Yeah, I think.
And I just think a lot of these guys, I mean, putting it back on the ball too, these guys are. You can't just keep using your A stars and the graders, you gotta get some of these B guys up moving up in there, and I know Brad Hahn runs and John, they got 4 guys to run, but. You better start. In one nice.
Yeah.
Cause I mean, you don't need a CDL to run a grader, so I mean, start training these guys.
I mean, when you have a CDL and you're doing grunt work,
Mhm.
I don't know who's doing that.
I think they all do it, but it's just. it's
No,
one
I'm
thing,
kidding.
I know, but it's what comes around, but I just think that they just start need looking down the road further to start training a little more and trying to get as much.
Well, if you're gonna
hours,
have
time as.
one more employee in there, you should be able to pull out another grader and hit different roads.
Well, I think
all at the
probably
same
use
time.
the main ones that we've been using, and then this other guy, he's gonna be able to go do the mowing, and be able to do this other, I mean, it's kind of, like I said, well, it's gonna be grunt work till he gets his CDL, so he can drive it. So it'll make him wanna get
Yeah.
his CDL quick, but I mean, when we go back to him, we're just, you know, what if we have to go put up them signs, there's a job with that guy, why have the grader guy off to go and put him? You know? I mean, we got put in fence posts, we got a lot of them. Fence posts, we got a bunch of them put in.
Delineators on the East Fork, they gotta put some. They have to.
But
No,
before
I-
we backed and said, so I'm looking in the funds in the 2900s. Trying to find the rack. One, would it be under like DNRC? The rack, what would it be under? 'Cause
You're looking under what?
29.
28.
Okay, so 28, so I looked into that one too, so.
You're looking under
But,
28.
so what is it? Is it?
It was, and we called it rack.
That's what I thought I've seen, but I
It's
cannot
right
find
there
it
on
in
that
there.
piece of paper, right, and
We're looking for a number.
A number that we already have,
That we already have.
yeah.
well, we haven't got it for 3 years or so, so we probably haven't
I
seen
know,
it.
she's trying to pick my brain, okay?
So in our system, Scott, it's still gonna be there, Scott. In the Black Mountain system, it's still gonna be there. and
Would it
that's
be
what
under
I'm
Forest
trying to-
Just cause it ain't in our brain, it's in the Black Mountain system.
Right,
I'm sorry. Come on, what is it?
you guys can discuss that while I'm looking.
Which I can go find it.
Yeah, that would be.
Would it be under the Forest Service?
Oh, shoot, that's, his hopes is that these funds can come out of the search and rescue money.
What he want?
The sheriff wants more.
More.
He wants to get medical bags and new jackets, do this and do that.
We should get jackets.
Yes, with the jackets. Why can't the,
Doesn't search and rescue have their own budget? Right. It could be all right if they had medical bags, they're the ones who's right first on the scene, I'd rather have them trying to help somebody than not have what, going to Trump. I think
Band-Aids.
all the highway children have them. What the heck? How's your head doing?
It's starting to get there.
I'm about done for today,
Guys have almost made it.
huh?
Almost made it.
We are done. Okay,
No, 3.
till 3, you have to go till 3.
Well, that's when you adopt the budget.
Why can't we adopt it sooner?
I don't know.
It just seems like,
So if it comes up next week, I'm in favor of putting those 15-mile-an-hour signs back
okay,
into a project.
unless they put up them signs, them blinky signs and crosswalk?
Well, that's on a different road.
Huh?
The 15 mile an hour
You
ones.
don't wanna put them on that over there? It'd be cheaper than buying a damn trailer, cause now you guys talk
Well, you
about.
can put them in place. I mean, on the Forest Service road especially, I think it should be grandfathered in. Cause if they've been there since 92, that was total Forest Service road. They probably put them in there. I don't think we should have. Could say, take them off and put 25 with it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I don't really care. I just got upset. You know,
Depending on.
I'm just tired, you know, Scott though, he don't want, he wants them.
Yeah.
I know, you gotta try to support him, cause. What he's talking, it costs more, he's doing this and that, trying to do that. He said that this, it don't ever end. And I understand this, I understand the guys. And then I'd way rather spend the money and put up some blinking lights.
No, I'm for that too. That's on Georgetown one.
At Georgetown, not over on the other side though.
I feel like
Instead
all
of
those
putting-
people
instead of
that run
putting back in
across
them,
there.
Stupid speed bumps and then, he's talking output and dip, I'm not.
No, I'm not for it. No, I'm not for putting it on the Forest Service,
Okay.
the blinking ones. I'm for putting those 15 mile an hour signs back.
Okay.
Georgetown Lake, yeah, go for the crosswalk and blink.
Okay. No, if Blaine, he'll look it up and see what else he can find on it. If he can't find nothing, I guess we can make a motion to put the 15s back up and then maybe they'll be done with it.
That section of road. The summer's over though.
And what else was your proxy on?
Hold on, I have it written. I was looking on.
Approximately for the,
For the Schedule A, he gave you his
Yeah.
proxy, but he doesn't
I'm
want
glad
the.
you went and studied that, got that, thanks, cause that ain't nothing the way I understood it all.
yeah.
And then it just all of a sudden now. There's somebody else, Paul's been talking to this other guy and that, and Sarah didn't know, that's what she admits, is that she didn't know what they've been saying, so obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
but you can't tell me they're not, if we dumped it in the campground, they're not gonna use it for peace. You know? See what I'm
first it
saying?
was, that's what they needed in there, and then put the gravel over the top of it, and I was thinking we didn't have nowhere else, because Paul said we didn't have nowhere else, we had to find somewhere else. Well, if we haul it down to the pit, why would? Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's just common sense. We're still on, but what can we do for you, Jackie? Beer?
Twirl.
Beer? Did you bring cold beer? My head's hurting bad.
I needed one this morning.
Did I sign it right or no?
No, Blanche did. I've been conferring with others.
You wanna go off? Is this, we can go off.
Okay.
It's a personal. How do you
Uh,
call that? Anybody
A
know?
personnel matter.
Yeah, personnel matter.
Did you ever find anybody?
Yeah. All right, we're back on now. We're into the budget still. We went off for personnel. Personnel. Okay. So, we're into it now where we can, including salaries of Granite County elected officials, deputies, and cost of living increase for county employees. This is just first reading. We done the levy, so this first reading. Next,
So on your little,
next week we adopt, right?
yeah, on your little calendar for budget things. Right, we do the resolution and then,
And then it's like
then the next week we adopt, and then you have how many days to get the budget report?
30 days.
30 days from then to get the budget report to the state.
Good job, everybody. I know we have some changes and last minute deals, but that's why we have these
Yeah.
things. So good job, everybody. Good job. Now watch what we're spending. Kind of scary iffy year, so. We shall move on
great.
and,
Thank you.
But you can do my proxy for approving it,
For the budget.
if you want to. Keep picking that up. from me.
You're doing.
Yeah.
That's what you do all the
I
time.
have to separate these two. Now I really appreciate the hard work everybody's done on all this stuff, and when I wasn't here, you guys, you went over them. And no, thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Thank everybody else. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion we adjourn.
Oh, you have public comment.
Oh, public comment.
What's that? My bad.
Yeah.
You guys get personal letters from me?
Yeah, and that's for Basin. I didn't. Yeah, look on it, Forest Service on do something with Basin.
Yeah.
No, I mean, personal, this one's to me.
Yeah.
Mine was through.
So is the other one to you.
That one that you're holding me come to me. You should have got one of them too.
We
Yeah,
all
you
got-
handed me yours.
We all got.
You handed me yours.
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you, Elena Gagliano. For the record, according to the agenda, was 1 to 3 o'clock. Budget hearings, and then the resolution was to be read. First reading. For the record, I heard more discussion with the commissioners about changes on the budget. I heard it last week. I heard it today. And I assume that it will be all the corrections for next week when it's on the agenda. All the corrections that are made. So we can see them. And again, the meeting was closed when somebody came in during the public budget hearings, and it was closed for a personnel matter. I doubt that very much. Okay,
You know what?
so it was interrupted, and that's for the record. Thank you.
Don't be so darn rude. I'm done.
So I think according to Blaine, for the record, during the public hearings, if there's changes that need to be made on the budget, can be made during public hearings, and we concluded public hearings, and we read the resolution first reading. So I guess the next time you want to see the budget after it's been corrected, you can see the budget that goes to the state after the report when it's complete.
Thank you.
You have an additional comment.
I'm not going to debate you, Elena.
Now, we're not getting into this. You know what? We work hard and I think we all do really good. It don't matter what we do. She's never happy with the topic. I'm done for today. I don't. We've made a motion to adjourn. I second it. We're done for the day.